A lone crow soars across the vast, cloud-streaked sky. Below, a strange, ornate pocket watch lies abandoned amidst the tall grass, while the bird continues its flight over the dense, untamed wilderness. The journey continues as a horse-drawn cart rumbles along a dirt path, eventually reaching a clearing where the trees part to reveal a quiet, secluded pond. High above the landscape, the crow surveys the settlement of Yorn, located in the western reaches of the Ural Kingdom, in the 6th month of the year 1013. Life in the village moves at a steady pace. Children play near the fields while an older man tends to his daily chores by the well. He pauses, his face contorting into a hearty, toothless laugh as he enjoys a moment of simple respite. A young man with a sharp gaze watches the cart approach, remarking on the old man's resilience, while the villagers exchange light-hearted banter about the newcomer's arrival. He smiles with a predatory glint in his eyes, declaring that a promise is a promise, and his word is absolute. He watches as thick, savory slabs of meat sizzle over an open flame, the aroma filling the air. The villagers feast with unbridled enthusiasm, tearing into the meal while he observes their joy with a subtle, knowing smile. Amidst the laughter, a man questions the origin of the massive meat, jokingly suggesting it came from a legendary thunder dragon, while others dismiss the claim as a tall tale. A local man points an accusatory finger at him, mocking his sharp eyes and slick appearance as signs of a swindler, but a young woman quickly rushes to his defense, insisting on his honesty. She playfully deflects the tension, suggesting that a merchant capable of providing such high-quality food is clearly a man of good character. The villagers roar with laughter, teasingly suggesting he should marry the girl, a notion that leaves him chuckling to himself in the background. As the night deepens and the tavern festivities wind down, he steps outside, looking up at the moon with a quiet, contemplative expression. Returning inside, he is offered a place to stay for the night, his presence now seemingly accepted by the grateful villagers. He finds himself in a domestic setting, where a woman playfully chides him for his lack of caution, insisting he rest while she offers him juice. She turns her attention to her pregnancy, expressing joy that the child is healthy, and credits the quality of the meat he provided for their well-being. He listens quietly as she anticipates the child's arrival, noting that the next time he visits, the baby will likely be born. Exhausted, he collapses onto the bed, reflecting on the sheer miracle of experiencing such a mundane, peaceful daily life. The comfort of the room fades as he recalls his past life in Japan, where his existence came to a sudden and violent end. Because of the sins he committed in that previous life, he was cast into hell and reborn as a demon, forever marked by his past transgressions. Under the cold light of the moon, he contemplates the grim reality of his new existence. He realizes that in this hellish realm, he is constantly hunted by higher-ranking demons, forced to endure a brutal cycle of survival. He reflects on the constant state of war between the gods of heaven and the demons of hell, a conflict that has left peace as nothing more than a distant, unreachable dream. Despite the chaos, he spent 2 millennia fighting for survival, clawing his way to power and knowledge just to endure the relentless brutality of his existence. His struggle reached a breaking point when he faced the supreme god of heaven, a confrontation that forced him to flee for his life as the divine entity mocked his efforts. The god unleashed a devastating strike, forcing him to desperately deflect the overwhelming energy with his own dark powers. The sheer force of the impact shattered his resolve, leaving him to realize that after 2,000 years of struggle, his end had finally arrived. Yet, instead of death, he found himself transported to an entirely different world, far removed from the hellish battlefield he once called home. 3 years have passed since he arrived, during which he adopted the guise of an amnesiac traveler to learn the customs and language of this peaceful land. Lying in the grass, he wonders if this tranquil life is merely a dream, finding it almost too perfect to be his reality. He laughs maniacally, mocking the god of hell who once hunted him, reveling in the irony of his new, peaceful existence. With a wicked grin, he declares that he will fully embrace this second chance at life, leaving his traumatic past behind. The young girl, Alma, interrupts his thoughts, shyly offering him a glass of water and checking on his well-being. She presents him with a gift, a pair of leather gloves she had crafted, explaining that she learned the trade from her father. He examines the craftsmanship, noting how well they fit, while she modestly brushes off his praise for her hard work. A warm smile spreads across her face as she expresses her gratitude, and he promises to treasure the gift. As the evening winds down, she insists that he must take care of his hands for the sake of his future husband, bidding him a gentle goodnight. He watches her leave, his expression darkening as he whispers to himself that he cannot marry her, for he is a demon and his skin is not meant for such unions. He sat in the quiet, the word family echoing in his mind like a distant, unreachable dream. The night air pressed against him as he realized that for a creature of his kind, the very concept of a lifespan was alien, rendering the idea of a future with others impossible. Shaking off the melancholy, he joined his companion by the water, suggesting they go fishing once they finish their meal, while admiring the leather gloves he had been gifted. His companion teased him about his intentions, but he quickly deflected, insisting he had no such romantic interest in the girl. The man grew agitated, demanding to know why he would even consider such a bond, warning him that he would never allow his daughter to be involved with someone like him. He remained calm, questioning why the man held such animosity, only to be met with a blunt, defensive retort. The conversation shifted to the girl's health, as he recalled how she had always seemed so vibrant, never showing signs of the illness that doctors once claimed would claim her life before she turned 10. The man explained that everything changed a year and a half ago, after the traveler returned from his journey and brought back the spices that seemed to restore her vitality. The elderly man stood before the traveler, his voice raspy as he expressed his gratitude, admitting he had initially doubted the stranger's intentions when he first arrived in the village. He continued, his tone shifting to a playful reprimand, telling the traveler that his unnecessary meddling had caused quite a stir. The traveler, unfazed, gestured toward the water, urging the man to focus on the task at hand, either fish or speak, but not both. With a sudden shift in demeanor, the man revealed that a summons had arrived from the central authorities, mandating his departure to join the military. He explained that his background as a former reservist made him a prime candidate, especially given the recent surge in demonic activity near the Ural region. The traveler listened intently as the man confessed his true worry. He needed someone to look after Alma while he was away, as his duties would keep him constantly on the move. The conversation turned to the pregnant woman nearby, with the man speculating on the gender of the child she carried, wondering if it would be a boy. The traveler accepted the responsibility, his expression hardening with resolve as he acknowledged the danger, noting that the girl's father had been killed by demons and the future remained uncertain. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, the metal cold against his palm as he prepared for the journey ahead. Sitting before the vast, open fields, he refused to make any empty promises about his return. The sound of a cart rattling against the stone path signaled the start of the departure. He bid them farewell, confirming the payment for his services and promising to return by the end of the next month to check on the boy. Turning his attention to the young girl, he knelt down to speak with her, their eyes meeting in a moment of quiet understanding. She received a dragon scale necklace as a parting gift, her face lighting up with gratitude as the cart began to pull away into the distance. He watched her with a faint, knowing smile, witnessing the genuine joy radiating from her as she waved goodbye. With the final preparations complete, he stepped toward the waiting transport, ready to face the road that lay before him. He presents his credentials to the guild officials, securing the necessary documentation for his upcoming travels. With the paperwork finalized, he departs the city, his wagon rolling toward the horizon as the sun begins to climb. The documents confirm his status, granting him access to trade and travel within the Wyvern Kingdom, a milestone he acknowledges with a nod. He inspects a new acquisition, a dark-colored item that catches his eye, noting its quality with a satisfied smirk. A local warns him of the dangers in the Ural region, specifically mentioning the presence of holy knights, a detail that sharpens his focus. The map reveals the geopolitical landscape, highlighting the Ural region where holy knights are currently conducting sweeps for hidden demonic presence. He reflects on the rumors of false accusations and raids, his expression hardening as he contemplates the true nature of the threats he faces. As he prepares to leave, a woman offers a final word of caution regarding his return to Ural, leaving him to ponder the path ahead. He watches as a dark, magical energy dissipates from his hand, the remnants of a purification spell fading into the quiet street. A grimace forms on his face as he mutters to himself, lamenting the necessity of using teleportation magic in such a populated area, a decision that leaves him with a lingering sense of dread. He leads his pack animal away from the town, moving toward the dense, overgrown edge of the forest. The cart rattles along the path, disappearing into the thicket as he continues his journey. He pushes through the tall, sharp grass, his hand instinctively reaching out to clear the path ahead. Moving with urgency, he scrambles up a grassy incline, his eyes scanning the horizon before he dives into the cover of the trees. He stops abruptly, staring in shock as a plume of thick, black smoke rises from the distance, staining the clear sky. The realization hits him, his expression hardening into one of intense focus and cold apprehension as he stares at the devastation. He stood frozen, his boots planted firmly on the ground as the realization struck him. The smoke and fire in the distance could not be a mere coincidence. A cold sweat broke across his brow, and he let out a sharp, ragged breath, his jaw tightening as the gravity of the situation took hold. He sprinted across the open field, his heart hammering against his ribs as he urged himself to remain calm, hoping the smoke in the distance was nothing more than a harmless fire. The young man reasoned that it could simply be someone cooking or perhaps a controlled burn, yet the unease in his gut refused to settle. Suddenly, he spotted the village ahead and called out, his voice cutting through the air as he urged his companions to hurry toward the source of the rising plumes. Upon arriving, the sight that greeted him was not a simple hearth fire, but a village consumed by a raging, unnatural inferno. He stepped into the heart of the destruction, his breath hitching as he witnessed the devastation, his boots crunching over the debris of a life now turned to ash. The horror of the scene etched itself onto his face, his teeth gritted in a silent scream as the reality of the massacre fully dawned on him. He rushed forward, finding the villagers lying motionless amidst the wreckage, their lives extinguished in the wake of the brutal assault. Falling to his knees, he whispered the names of the fallen, Alma, the old man, and the others, realizing with crushing finality that he had arrived too late to save them. He stood amidst the silence of the dead, his mind reeling as he questioned who could have committed such a horrific act. Desperation fueled his plea, as he begged for any sign or remnant of the truth to reveal itself. Suddenly, his vision shifted, manifesting the sole observer and the devil, supernatural senses that allowed him to perceive the lingering echoes of the departed. Through these spectral visions, he witnessed a group of armored knights who defiantly claimed they knew nothing of the demons. The vision intensified as one knight accused the others of lying, pointing out the presence of dragon meat, a substance only those with demonic attributes could consume. He watched as the confrontation escalated, with the knight demanding to know who had truly orchestrated the slaughter. The tension snapped into violence as the knights turned on their own, and he realized with a sinking heart that he was witnessing the same tragedy repeating itself. Returning to the grim reality of the present, he wept for his failure, lamenting that he had been unable to save them once again. He grit his teeth, his face contorted in raw fury as he refused to accept the tragic reality unfolding before him. Driven by desperation, he tapped into his inner power, manifesting the sole observer and the devil eye to pierce through the veil of the present. The world around him blurred as his consciousness expanded, tracing the lingering echoes of souls across the desolate landscape. Following the spectral trail, he pushed forward, his senses locked onto the path where the tragedy had left its indelible mark. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted, signaling a convergence of forces beyond his immediate control. As the lights subsided, he witnessed a group of armored riders galloping through the void, and with a focused gesture, he reached out to intercept their path. The vision shifted, revealing a sequence of events where knights stood amidst the ruins, their presence casting a long shadow over the fallen, while he stood as a silent witness to their cold indifference. The riders halted, their expressions shifting from confusion to terror as they realized they were being watched by an unseen, powerful force. He stands amidst the ruins, watching a colossal explosion tear through the horizon, a testament to the destruction he has witnessed for 2 millennia. The weight of those centuries presses down on him. He reflects on a life defined only by loss and the relentless cycle of devastation. In that hellish existence, he knew nothing but war, hunger, and the cold finality of death, where dominion and suffering were the only constants. He realized that even the human heart could be corrupted, consumed by betrayal, theft, and murder until nothing remained but a hollow vessel for demonic hunger. A dark grin spreads across his face as he recalls his cold calculation. He had intended to slaughter them all, using them for information and discarding them the moment they became a nuisance. Yet, memories of the village flicker, moments of shared labor, laughter, and simple companionship that stand in stark contrast to his original, ruthless intent. He sits at the table with them, the warmth of the meal and their presence momentarily bridging the chasm between his monstrous past and this fragile present. The realization settles in. Even such fleeting, peaceful moments are things that a god of hell would seek to steal away. He surrendered to the encroaching darkness, deciding that if he was destined to lose everything, he would simply desire nothing at all. A monstrous, shadowy entity loomed over him, its clawed hand gripping his head as it commanded him to destroy everything in his path. The creature mocked his hesitation, forcing him to confront the terrifying truth of his own identity and the chaotic hunger that defined his existence. Surging with demonic power, he transformed into a beast of pure malice, his form erupting with dark energy as he loomed over the defenseless. Alma looked up, her eyes wide with confusion and fear as she whispered his name, unable to reconcile the monster before her with the man she knew. He turned away, his expression heavy with resignation as he admitted that while he understood the wrongness of his actions, he was powerless to halt his true nature. She shook her head violently, refusing to accept his defeatist outlook, her expression hardening with a stubborn, emotional defiance. Kneeling before her, he offered a hollow apology, claiming he had been stripped of everything. Yet she reached out to him, bridging the distance between them. He gritted his teeth, his voice strained as he confessed that they were the only family he had ever known. Struggling to maintain his composure, he insisted that because of that bond, he had to keep going. She pulled him into a tight embrace, silencing his turmoil with the warmth of her presence. Whispering softly, she urged him to listen closely, grounding him in the quietude of the moment. Yet, the silence was shattered by a primal, demonic shriek that echoed from the depths of his own being. The transformation took hold, leaving him drenched in shadow as a monstrous, goat-headed entity manifested before a wooden chest. Breathing heavily, he reached out with trembling hands toward the locked container, his fingers clawing at the air. With a final, desperate effort, he forced the lid open, revealing the contents hidden within. He gazes down at the infant, his expression a mixture of profound sorrow and desperate longing as the child rests peacefully. The child innocently asks about the arrival of a new baby, unaware of the dark, predatory hunger contorting his features in the shadows. He struggles to maintain his composure, his voice trembling as he affirms that the child is enough, even as his monstrous instincts threaten to consume him. Turning away from the ruins, he kneels before a weathered chest, the weight of his past and his demonic nature pressing down upon him. He makes a solemn vow to raise the child, whom he names Aruz, promising to ensure the boy becomes the happiest person in the world. A dark pact is sealed, binding a soul to the thorns of a curse that pulses with an ominous, otherworldly energy. He stands in the distance, reflecting on a broken promise from the past, and resolves to make things right for Aruz. With a final, gentle look, he reassures the boy, urging him to find peace and walk a path toward a happy life. He holds the child aloft, his voice ringing with the weight of a vow. The pact with the demon is absolute. Elsewhere, a sinister figure mocks the absurdity of such a bargain, questioning what kind of fool would trade their soul in this world. The demon sneers, recounting how a low-level entity was cast into this realm by the heavens, lamenting the 2,000 years wasted without a single death to its name. It contemplates the destruction of the hellish lands, determined to incinerate everything should any other low-level demon dare threaten the world it now watches. With a cruel grin, The entity directs an elder's attention toward the human child, mocking the foolishness of the one who claimed it. The elder observes with a detached, cynical air, noting that the situation is merely a matter of flesh and blood. He gazes at the infant, his expression a mix of predatory intensity and a strange, protective resolve regarding the child's future. Walking away from the graves, he makes his final declaration. He will kill the one who threatens the boy, as the path of the demon and the child continues. Within the grand, imposing halls of the demon realm's palace, a figure kneels before the throne, confirming the gravity of the situation. The ruler acknowledges the report with a chilling, masked smile, his voice echoing through the chamber. He is informed that the holy knights have been tracked, and a massive explosion has been confirmed as the work of one of the 4 heavenly kings. The demon emperor, Zelmokos Lucifer, contemplates this, musing that the mage responsible must be his equal, or perhaps even greater. Tension ripples through the court as the subordinates are commanded to maintain order in the presence of their sovereign. He orders his forces to mobilize a specialized research team to the site, strictly forbidding any other demon lords from interfering. A sharp-tongued subordinate is quickly reprimanded by a masked woman, who reminds him to show proper respect to the emperor. She muses that the perpetrator likely infiltrated the celestial realm without detection, leaving no trace behind, a thought that brings a sinister smirk to her face. She maintains her composure, silently contemplating the demon emperor's vow that he will eventually claim everything for his own. Far from the shadows, the human realm of Caramella celebrates the birth of a new saint, with citizens cheering as the Pope presents the child, hopeful that she will summon a hero to protect them from the encroaching darkness. Amidst the festivities, the captain of the Holy Knights, Zede Kruger, observes the public joy, noting how the birth of the saint brings a sense of relief and celebration to the people. He agrees, reflecting on his dual burden as both a religious leader and a father, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders now that the saint has arrived to offer hope to humanity. The captain shifts his gaze, remarking that the political instability among the nobility will be difficult to manage, even with the saint's birth, as the power struggle continues to simmer beneath the surface. He stares into the distance, his expression hardening as he acknowledges the grim reality that a great crisis is looming over the human realm. Nearby, the mother cradles the infant, whispering that there is no need for worry, for the child is a blessing under the goddess's protection. As the procession continues, the Pope watches the child with unwavering faith, convinced that she will guide a hero to their salvation, while the people pray for the goddess's continued favor. The world is divided into 3 distinct realms: the celestial realm, the human realm, and the demon realm, all anchored by the world tree. While gods and angels dwell in the heavens, humanity populates the 4 continents of the middle realm, and the demon emperor commands his dark forces from the depths below. In the quiet village of Yorn, a goat greets the morning with a bleat, signaling the start of another day. He struggles to maintain his composure as the persistent goat nuzzles him, demanding attention while he tries to focus on his chores. Because of his new responsibilities, milking the goats has become his daily morning ritual to provide for the infant Aruz. The baby Aruz is thriving, his bright eyes and energetic movements filling the home with life. He watches in disbelief as the infant crawls with surprising speed, exclaiming that a 2-month-old shouldn't be this mobile. The baby begins to wail, and he rushes over, frantically trying to soothe the hungry child. After a month and a half of practice, he has mastered the art of preparing a bottle, efficiently boiling water, and cooling the milk to the perfect temperature. He urges the infant to drink, though the child recoils at the taste of the goat's milk, which varies in flavor depending on the day. To remedy the situation, he carefully adjusts the flavor, mixing in a touch of fruit jam and sugar cubes. The infant's expression shifts instantly from disgust to surprise as the new, sweetened mixture hits his palate. Exhausted by the constant demands of caretaking, he retreats to a corner, watching as the child finally settles down to sleep. He struggles to maintain his composure while changing the infant's clothes, frustrated by the mess, but determined to keep the child clean. A weary sigh escapes him as he admits that the reality of raising a child is far more taxing than he had ever anticipated. He reflects on his past, noting that even after surviving 2 millennia of hellish magical warfare, the simple task of parenting feels like a daunting challenge he underestimated. Despite his mastery of complex magic, he finds himself lacking the simple spells to stop a crying baby, leading him to marvel at the strength of mothers. He gazes at the sleeping infant, his expression softening into one of pure, almost religious devotion as he whispers that the child is truly an angel. Reflecting on the past, he recalls the days spent with his companions, wishing he could show them this peaceful moment, even if the memories of raising a child are sometimes overwhelming. Suddenly, he snaps back to reality, shouting at himself to stop sleeping and get to work, as the infant's nap time is his only window to tackle the endless cycle of laundry, firewood, and chores. With a determined swing of his tool, he begins the arduous task of preparing the soil for cultivation. Exhaustion washes over him as he stands amidst the fields, the quiet hum of the countryside providing a stark contrast to his former life. Wiping sweat from his brow, he remembers that he had forgotten to mention his recent relocation. The map reveals the vast distance he has traveled, crossing the sea from the southern continent to settle deep within the forests of the Central Lands. He explains that this move was a necessary precaution. Having killed a holy knight, he feared pursuit from the church, and though he doubts his true identity has been compromised, he prefers to remain hidden while raising the child. He stands before the modest, weathered structure, deciding it is finally time to introduce his new home. This dwelling, a repurposed ancient elven ruin, has been meticulously renovated to serve as a sanctuary, complete with a well, a garden, and a secure interior for his child. To ensure total privacy, he has erected a magical barrier, masking his presence from the keen senses of the holy knights who might still be hunting him. He recalls the ruins of his past life, musing on how he once dreamed of building a castle, only to find himself content with this humble, hidden refuge. With a sense of pride, he admires the structure, determined to cherish and maintain this dream home he has finally secured. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the ground, accompanied by a deafening roar that shatters the tranquility of his sanctuary. He rushes to the child, a ruse, relieved to find the infant unharmed despite the chaos that has just erupted within their walls. Looking up at the ceiling, he notices a gaping hole and wonders what could have caused such destruction on a clear, sunny day, suspecting the presence of a magical beast. He looked down at the infant in his arms, his brow furrowing in confusion as the child began to stir and emit a strange, glowing energy. Suddenly, a violent burst of magical power erupted from the baby, engulfing the room in a blinding flash. The shockwave tore through the sanctuary, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. Amidst the settling dust, the infant continued to wail, his small body crackling with residual magical sparks. He realized the truth. The dragon meat he had shared with the villagers had been the catalyst, imbuing the unborn child with immense, unnatural power. The mother had unknowingly consumed the essence of a dragon, and in doing so, had birthed a child who now carried the soul of a dragon within a human vessel. Overwhelmed by guilt, he watched the child tremble, realizing that his actions had condemned the boy to a life that would never be normal in human society. The young traveler stands over the infant, a ruse, realizing that he is the only one capable of protecting the child. He channels his energy, transmuting the earth to create small, doll-like constructs, confident that these creations will be useful for household chores. With a focused gesture, he directs the constructs to perform simple tasks, though he quickly realizes the precision required is greater than he anticipated. Frustrated by the clumsy results, he clenches his fist, acknowledging that his control over these magical puppets demands far more practice. He pauses, looking around the quiet room, and resolves to continue raising the child on his own, just as he had originally intended. Looking down at the sleeping infant, he vows to raise a ruse well, even as the world outside remains a chaotic, dangerous place. 2 weeks later, the traveler finds himself exhausted, his eyes heavy as he tries to soothe the crying baby. The relentless cycle of feeding, cleaning, and comforting leaves him with no time to repair the house or even hunt for food, pushing him to his absolute limit. He mused on the absurdity of his situation, noting that while this place was far from hell, The infant's constant crying triggered a barrage of alchemical defenses. A cough summoned a gale, a sneeze a water cannon, and a cry a bolt of lightning. Desperate for even a single hour of rest, he pleaded with the child to let him sleep, his exhaustion mounting as the infant remained restless. The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him. He realized that he was the sole guardian of this life, a burden that left him visibly shaken. He stood in the doorway, confronted by the persistent demands of his new life, muttering that he had no choice but to continue working. A voice from his past echoed in his mind, insisting that he focus on his studies rather than part-time work, claiming it was for his own future happiness, a directive he resented as an unwanted intrusion. He snapped, shouting that he never asked for such interference, his frustration boiling over into a raw, tearful outburst. The sudden silence led him to a small, somber altar, where the reality of his loss stood starkly before him, marked by a framed photograph and offerings. Gazing at the image of his mother, he felt the crushing weight of her absence, a memory that anchored him to the pain of his current existence. He stirred from his slumber, a low sound escaping his throat as he blinked against the dim light. The haze of sleep vanished instantly as he realized the grotesque figures surrounding him were not merely a nightmare. A blade flashed toward him, and his eyes widened in sudden, sharp clarity. He lunged from his bed, his mind racing as he realized the room was empty. The infant was gone, and the silence of the house was deafening. Panic surged through him as he whispered to himself, struggling to comprehend how someone could have snatched the child from right under his nose. He activated his inner sight, his gaze sharpening as he traced the lingering trail of energy left behind by the intruders. The spectral path glowed before him, revealing the direction the kidnappers had taken into the dark woods. Without a second thought, he sprinted into the night, his boots pounding against the earth in a desperate pursuit. He sprinted through the dense undergrowth, his mind reeling with self-reproach for failing to detect the goblin intrusion despite the protective barriers he had established. Frustration boiled over as he questioned his own competence, wondering how he could claim to be a father capable of raising a child alone when he had been so dangerously exhausted. Desperation gripped his heart, and he silently pleaded for the infant's safety, his thoughts consumed by the terrifying possibility of losing him. With every ounce of his will, he pushed forward, praying that the child remained unharmed amidst the chaos. Bursting into a clearing, he finally caught sight of the kidnappers, a group of dark elves holding the infant captive. One of the captors, a sharp-featured dark elf, stood poised with an air of cold detachment, her gaze fixed on the surroundings. He watched from the shadows, his eyes widening as he processed the unexpected identity of the kidnappers. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he wondered why dark elves, typically seen as slaves, were operating in this remote borderland. He lunged forward, his eyes wide with urgency as he reached for the infant, crying out that he had finally found him. The dark elf paused, seemingly confused by his sudden appearance and the foreign tongue he spoke, while the traveler realized with a jolt that he had misjudged the situation. She gestured toward the child, explaining that they were merely trying to return the infant to his father, who had been separated from them during a skirmish with goblins. He approached the child, apologizing for the terror he must have caused, but as he reached out, the elf pulled back, her expression guarded. She stood her ground, fixing him with a piercing gaze as she demanded to know if he was truly the child's father. He stammered, caught off guard, while she explained that they were deep within the Valklay forest, a dangerous, uncharted territory infested with fire dragons where no one dared to tread. The surroundings were indeed desolate, a forgotten path far from civilization, making it entirely reasonable for her to be suspicious of a lone foreigner wandering these woods with a child. Her eyes narrowed, and she repeated her question with cold precision, forcing him to prove his identity once and for all. He pondered his role, questioning if he had truly been the father Aruz deserved, his mind heavy with the weight of his responsibilities. Despite the uncertainty, he stood firm, insisting that while he lacked all the answers, there was one truth he could state with absolute certainty. The dark elf holding the child acknowledged his words, noting that while she could not disclose the full details of their situation, the infant was undeniably precious to him. With a surge of conviction, he declared that Aruz was the most important person in the entire world to him, his eyes burning with protective intensity. He urged them to set aside their apologies, explaining that he understood their caution and held no anger toward them for protecting his son. The dark elf offered a soft expression of gratitude, finally accepting his sincerity. She gently handed the child back to him, the tension of the standoff dissolving into the quiet of the forest. As he cradled Aruz in his arms, he dismissed their need for further formalities, asserting that he required no thanks for reclaiming his own flesh and blood. He watches the dark elves depart, their figures receding into the distance as he stands alone with the child in his arms. A heavy realization settles upon him. He had long known the truth, yet he had kept it buried deep within, waiting for the right moment to confront it. He acknowledges the harsh reality. The child cannot lead a normal life, and raising him alone is a necessity born of his own selfish desire to protect him. The weight of his fear becomes clear as he reflects on the past. He was terrified of the pain that comes with losing those he holds dear, and that fear had clouded his judgment. Because of that paralyzing fear, he had inadvertently isolated the boy, forcing him into a lonely existence to satisfy his own need for security. He questions his own actions, wondering if by denying the boy friends, dreams, and love, he was truly acting as a father or merely acting out of his own insecurities. Clenching his fist, he resolves that even if the number of people he cherishes grows, he will never allow himself to lose them again. He must be prepared to protect them at any cost. With newfound clarity, he lifts the child high, committing himself to becoming the father the boy truly needs and fulfilling the promise he made long ago. He gazes tenderly at the infant, whispering a soft question about what the child truly desires. The small family shares a moment of pure, radiant joy, their faces pressed together in a display of deep affection. With a gentle nod, he acknowledges the child's silent response, his eyes softening with newfound clarity. Lifting the baby high into the air, he declares his resolve to be the best father he can possibly be, met with a cheerful, enthusiastic cry from the child. As they travel through the lush, tropical landscape, he decides it is time to actively seek out a partner to complete their family. He speaks with firm conviction, announcing the start of his quest to find someone who will become a true part of their family. His expression set with determined optimism. A massive dragon descends upon the city, its presence heralded by explosions and destruction. Amidst the chaos, a hooded figure leaps onto a heavy chain, anchoring themselves as they observe the devastation below. The hooded warrior draws their blade, eyes locked onto the beast with cold, calculated intensity as they prepare to engage. They launch themselves into the air, closing the distance with lethal speed to strike at the dragon's armored hide. The blade connects with a resounding impact, forcing the creature to recoil as the warrior maintains their relentless assault. With a powerful beat of its wings, the dragon attempts to shake off its attacker, but the warrior remains undeterred, maneuvering through the air. The beast lashes out with its tail, yet the agile fighter dodges the strike, turning the momentum into a counterattack. They drive their sword deep into the dragon's scales, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the creature's massive frame. As the dragon roars in agony, it unleashes a torrent of fire, forcing the warrior to retreat momentarily as the city burns beneath them. He narrowly evades the dragon's crushing claws, the beast's massive form tearing through the city's architecture with terrifying ease. Landing with a heavy thud, he finds himself momentarily grounded as the creature looms nearby, its presence casting a long, suffocating shadow. From his vantage point, he observes the devastation below, the dragon's wings blotting out the sky as it continues its relentless assault on the urban landscape. His gaze sharpens, eyes narrowing as he fixates on the source of the chaos, his mind racing to calculate a path to victory. Turning his attention to the streets, he spots the dragon descending upon the city, realizing the scale of the threat is far greater than he initially anticipated. A sudden, haunting memory flashes before his eyes, a reminder of a past encounter that mirrors the current destruction. He contemplates the dragon's motives, wondering if the beast acts out of mindless rage or if there is a darker, human-driven malice behind the carnage, all while he prepares to buy time for the innocent. With a surge of resolve, he channels his energy, activating a powerful body-strengthening magic to confront the dragon head-on. He lunges forward, his blade carving through the air as he strikes the dragon with a flurry of precise, magically enhanced blows. Though the creature remains largely unfazed by the assault, the beast roars in defiance, forcing him to realize that his current efforts are merely a distraction. He shouts for the others to flee immediately, sensing the true danger is far greater than he anticipated. As the dragon lashes out, the ground shatters, pinning a young girl beneath the heavy debris. He watches in horror as the creature's massive claw looms over her, threatening to crush her entirely. Without a second thought, he dashes across the ruins, his body moving with desperate speed to reach her before the dragon's next strike lands. He narrowly intercepts the attack, the impact sending shockwaves through the area as he shields her from the crushing weight of the falling stone. She looks up at him, her eyes wide with terror as the realization of their precarious situation settles in. Chaos erupts around them as the dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, sending the remaining villagers fleeing in a blind panic. Amidst the smoldering wreckage, he holds her close, his gaze hardening as he acknowledges the gravity of their encounter, greeting the situation with a grim, resolute calm. He stood amidst the wreckage, his gaze sharp and predatory as he looked down at the girl, declaring that he could not allow her to die before the very eyes of her benefactor. She stammered in confusion, questioning his motives, but he cut her off, insisting that time was short and demanding she answer his question immediately. He pressed her, asking if she possessed the ability to cast the same concealment magic she had used moments before on everyone present. The girl looked up, bewildered by the sudden request, her expression shifting from shock to a silent, contemplative uncertainty. He steeled himself, his resolve hardening as he prepared to face the chaos unfolding around them, muttering a firm affirmation to himself. With a sudden shift in demeanor, he instructed her to perform the spell for just a few seconds, announcing his intent to single-handedly exterminate the dragon. She stared at him, stunned by the sheer audacity of his claim, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. A faint, knowing smirk touched his lips, leaving her to wonder if he truly possessed the power to back up such a bold declaration. He stood amidst the encroaching darkness, his mind racing as he recognized the familiar, suffocating sensation of the void. Trusting in the words he had been given, he prepared himself, convinced that there was no deception in the path ahead. He turned his focus toward the dragon, demanding it look at him while taunting the beast about its reliance on sound and magical resonance to perceive the world. The dragon shifted, its reptilian eyes narrowing as it processed the challenge. With a sudden, violent motion, the beast lunged, its massive jaws snapping toward him. He reacted instantly, channeling his energy into a blinding flash of light. The light erupted, forcing the dragon to recoil as the sheer intensity of the blast struck him. As the smoke cleared, he stood firm, having successfully repelled the creature's initial assault. He watches as the woman, clutching the infant to her chest, is suddenly engulfed by a swirling, dark vortex of energy that threatens to consume them both. Stepping through the debris of the shattered room, he approaches her, his voice calm amidst the chaos as he tells her that he has a favor to ask of her. He kneels before her, taking her hands in his, and makes a solemn, life-altering request. He asks her to become the mother of the child. Stunned by the sudden proposal, she can only stammer a confused response, her eyes wide with disbelief as the weight of his words settles upon her. Deep within the Elverant Kingdom's southern forest, at the base of the Heavenly Cloth Gorge, the captors celebrate their success. They have finally secured the dragon's egg. They remain cautious, however, warning each other not to let their guard down until they have safely returned home. One of them confirms that their magical barriers are active, masking both their presence and their magical signatures from any potential pursuers. The cost of this prize was immense, as they sacrificed 8 S-rank combat slaves to force the fire dragon into the waterfall's basin. Despite the heavy losses, they rationalize that the value of the egg will more than compensate for the damage, and they prepare to initiate negotiations. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, throwing their transport into chaos. They watch in horror as the waterfall evaporates, revealing that the fire dragon has survived the trap and is now rising in rage. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its eyes burning with primal fury. They watched the dragon soar westward, debating its path and noting that their concealment barrier had successfully gone unnoticed. The creature continued its flight, indifferent to the fate of any towns that might lie in its wake. It was a living disaster, a force of nature that left the observers in awe of its sheer destructive potential. Meanwhile, a young man named Kachu introduced himself to the bustling crowd, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation as he navigated the busy streets. He arrived at the port town of Pamora, a strategic location situated 20 kilometers from a forest base, serving as the nearest human settlement. The town thrived as a hub for international merchants, its gentle river currents making it an easily accessible trade route for diverse travelers. Because of its isolation from major kingdoms and its reputation for illicit slave trading, the area remained largely avoided by those who prefer to stay clear of such dangerous dealings. He walked through the streets of the port town, questioning why he had brought the infant here, of all places. The reason was clear. He needed someone to help care for the child, and in this place, that meant purchasing a slave. Reflecting on the recent kidnapping, he realized he could no longer raise the boy alone. He needed to find a family for him. A sudden vision of a wedding ceremony crossed his mind, prompting him to wonder if he was essentially looking for a spouse. He acknowledged the contradiction, but concluded that to alleviate the overwhelming burden of childcare, he simply needed an extra pair of hands. As he moved through the crowd, he noticed the judgmental stares of passers-by, who clearly found the sight of a man carrying an infant quite unusual. Finding the environment more difficult to navigate than anticipated, he crouched behind some crates to observe the surroundings, feeling the weight of his task. Nearby, the slave traders grumbled, frustrated that they had yet to find any suitable candidates to sell. He contemplates the daunting requirements for Aruza's care, realizing that in this land, finding someone both powerful enough to handle the infant's volatile magic and trustworthy enough to keep a secret is a near impossible task. The young man sighs, acknowledging that such a paragon of strength, education, and loyalty simply does not exist in these parts. He looks down at the infant, offering a gentle smile as he whispers that they will manage regardless, despite the frustration of his search. His attention shifts as he overhears whispers in the crowd about a significant figure arriving in town, prompting him to listen more closely. The mention of Seabass the Wise catches him off guard, his eyes widening as he realizes the legendary merchant might actually be within reach. He recalls the reputation of Louis Sebaster, a man who rose from nothing to become the head of the Sebaster Trading Company, a titan of commerce serving the royal family. A spark of hope ignites within him. If this man is as capable as the rumors suggest, he might be the only one qualified to help Aruz. She finds herself held captive within the crumbling, vine-choked ruins located on the opposite bank of the El Bato River. Bound by shackles, she sits amidst the debris, lost in the heavy silence of her confinement. A haunting question lingers in her mind. Why did she allow that moment to unfold as it did? Memories surface of a man she trusted above all others, a figure who once spoke of his precious son, leaving her to wonder how she could have been so naive. Her captor interrupts the reflection, coldly informing her that the ship is prepared for departure, dismissing her internal struggle with a callous disregard for her faith in others. She looks up, her eyes wide and piercing, reflecting the sharp edge of her resolve despite her current predicament. With a submissive nod, she acknowledges the order, rising to follow the dark elf who looms over her. Nearby, the legendary merchant Louis Sebaster watches the proceedings with a knowing, gentle smile. He stood amidst the chaos, clutching the infant tightly as the elderly man erupted in a furious, booming roar, his face twisted in absolute rage. The young man offered a flustered apology, claiming the child had accidentally sneezed fire, though the destruction of the shop remained undeniable. Surveying the smoldering ruins of the establishment, he braced himself, fully aware that the consequences of the outburst were only just beginning. Nearby, the dark elves observed the commotion, their cold, calculating gazes fixed on the unfolding scene as they prepared to intervene. He attempted to de-escalate the situation with a nervous smile, suggesting a calm discussion to settle the damages, But his internal anxiety betrayed his outward composure. The old man refused to be placated, his voice rising in a sharp rebuke as he accused the traveler of being a deceitful swindler with a face to match. He sighed, realizing the difficulty of navigating a town filled with such volatile individuals, especially when his own movements were so restricted. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a frantic command to flee toward the ship echoed through the streets, leaving him stunned by the abrupt turn of events. He braced himself as a massive, winged beast descended from the sky, its presence casting a long, terrifying shadow over the town. The creature unleashed a torrent of flames, and he looked down in shock to find the infant in his arms had somehow triggered the inferno. He frantically checked the child, questioning why the infant would cause such harm, only to realize the boy's hand was glowing with residual heat. Realizing the dragon's arrival had inadvertently provided a distraction, he decided it was time to retreat before drawing more unwanted attention. Surrounded by the encroaching wall of fire, he clutched the infant tightly, his expression hardening as he navigated the burning ruins. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he questioned the wisdom of fleeing, yet the urgency of the situation left him little choice. He reached the harbor, where the ship prepared to depart amidst the chaos of the burning town. On deck, the dark elves watched the horizon in disbelief, realizing the fire dragon had appeared and that their young captive had not yet arrived. They surged forward, their pursuit relentless, as they spotted the vessel drifting toward the horizon, desperate to intercept their target before it vanished. The ship bobbed gently on the water, a solitary sight that prompted a quiet reflection on the sheer extravagance of the situation. Watching the chaos from afar, the traveler weighed the consequences of intervention, fearing that defeating the dragon would inevitably expose his presence to the Holy Kingdom. He wrestled with his conscience, questioning if saving a stranger was worth the risk of exposing the infant to the Holy Knights, ultimately convincing himself that fleeing was the only logical path. Despite his resolve to remain detached, a surge of frustration gripped him, his fist clenching as he realized things were not unfolding as he had planned. The dragon descended with predatory grace, its massive claws tearing through the air as it prepared to strike. Deep within the royal castle of the Rulant's Magic Kingdom, a dark elf operative receives a clandestine mission from her superior, tasked with serving the royal family through shadows. He explains that tonight, at the Old Knight's dormitory, a secret meeting between a merchant and a noble will take place, involving the illicit trade of forbidden magical artifacts that threatens the safety of the populace. The masked superior commands her to infiltrate the site and assassinate the merchant before the transaction can be completed. She accepts the order without hesitation, driven by the conviction that this sacrifice is necessary for the future of the Magic Kingdom. With a swift motion, the mask is discarded, clattering against the floor as she prepares to depart. She slips into the shadows, moving silently toward the designated location to carry out the lethal assignment. Upon arriving at the scene, she is struck by a sudden, paralyzing shock as she recognizes a familiar presence. The voice she hears shatters her resolve, forcing her to confront an impossible reality that she desperately wishes to deny. They stared in disbelief, recognizing the figure before them as the king himself, his presence commanding and unexpected. A sinister grin spread across their faces, revealing a hidden, malicious intent behind their watchful eyes. The decree was absolute. The Dark Elves were to be branded as slaves, their crimes deemed unforgivable by the crown. Desperate, they pleaded for mercy, identifying the man as Prince Eliud of the Rulant's Magic Kingdom, insisting that his presence at the Merchants Guild was a grave misunderstanding. He remained unmoved by their pleas, warning that the situation was a dangerous conspiracy that could threaten the kingdom itself if left unchecked. Turning to his brother, he urged him to conduct a thorough investigation, his expression hardening with resolve. A sharp, sudden sound cut through the air, leaving them momentarily stunned and silent. Left in the cold confines of a cell, they pondered the king's condition, noting that while he remained in a coma, the rumors of the Dark Elves seeking vengeance for their cursed kin continued to spread. They stared into the shadows, their mind reeling from the betrayal. They questioned who could have orchestrated such a burden, forcing them to bear the weight of these crimes. Standing before their captors, they demanded to know why they had been reduced to this state, their voice trembling with a mix of confusion and indignation. A hand reached out, forcing their head down as the cold iron of shackles bit into their wrists, a cruel reminder of their loss of freedom. The figure before them offered a hollow comfort, attempting to soothe their distress while the reality of their situation remained unchanged. Clenching their teeth, they refused to accept this fate, a silent vow of defiance burning in their eyes as they realized that such injustice could not be tolerated. Behind the bars of the cell, a voice called out to Elsa, the sound echoing through the damp stone corridor as she sat in isolation. A carriage rattled along the road toward Elvrint, the travelers speculating whether they would find a buyer for their cargo in the land of the elves. They discussed the dangers of the Nagurja route, warning that if they encountered monsters, they would have to rely on Elsa, even as she struggled with the weight of her own penance. She cradles the infant, her mind heavy with the weight of her past actions as she wonders how she might ever truly atone. Softly, she offers a quiet word of gratitude to her companion. Her expression remains somber, reflecting the internal turmoil of a soul seeking redemption. He dismisses her thanks, coldly reminding her that a sinner has no need for such pleasantries. Kneeling before her, he makes a startling request, asking if she would be willing to become a mother to the child. Stunned by the gravity of his words, her eyes widen in disbelief. She manages a hesitant, bewildered affirmation, struggling to process the sudden shift in her purpose. Meanwhile, in the port town of Pamora within the Elven Federation, chaos erupts as buildings burn and the streets fall into disarray. He stares at the elf, his expression shifting from confusion to a sudden, flustered realization as steam seems to rise from his head. Flustered, he snaps back, shouting that while her logic might hold, her phrasing is absolutely disastrous and makes him sound like a common swindler. Nearby, the others watch the exchange with growing bewilderment, struggling to make sense of the bizarre misunderstanding unfolding before them. Their attention is suddenly diverted as they recognize a familiar figure approaching, prompting a collective gasp of surprise. The elderly merchant arrives, offering a polite greeting and inquiring if his presence is an unwelcome intrusion upon their private moment. He quickly dismisses the concern, assuring the man that everything is perfectly fine as they stand by the quiet, expansive sea. Looking out toward the horizon, they spot a ship, and the conversation shifts to the shocking sight of a dragon's remains they encountered previously. The merchant recounts the terrifying experience of the darkness and the inexplicable destruction, his voice trailing off as he describes the unnatural phenomenon. He observed the children, noting that despite their status, they bore no marks of magical enslavement, a detail that left the young girl in tears as she cried out for her home. The traveler offered a gentle, reassuring embrace to the weeping child, his presence providing a momentary anchor amidst her distress. He turned his attention to the merchant, inquiring about the fate of Elsa, who stood nearby, listening intently to the discussion regarding the children's future and their safe passage to the holy city. The merchant confirmed his intent to purchase Elsa, though he paused, noting there were still matters he needed to verify before finalizing the arrangement. Stepping forward, the man introduced himself as Kachu, a merchant hailing from the Relyria kingdom across the northern seas, eager to establish his credentials. He then shifted the tone of the conversation, expressing his desire to take Elsa as his wife and provide a mother for the infant Aruz. The traveler listened as Kachu spoke of his trust in him, acknowledging the weight of the responsibility involved in protecting the child from the Holy Knights. He proposed a new arrangement. If the traveler accepted his offer, Kachu would dissolve the slave contract, shifting their relationship from master and slave to partners on equal footing. He listened as she spoke, her voice trembling with the weight of her request. She needed his strength to ensure the child's happiness. The merchant observed the exchange, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. With a firm, composed expression, he declined the proposal, his decision final and clear. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper as she confessed her past crimes, insisting that she lacked the standing to be a mother. He laughed off the tension, brushing aside her self-reproach with a casual, disarming smile while holding the infant. The merchant interrupted, noting that he had preparations to make for his departure, though he offered his assistance before leaving. He directed his attention to the logistics of Elsa's care, confirming the arrangements with the merchant as they walked toward the outskirts. He offered a final, curt farewell, his expression hardening as he turned away to continue his own path. He carefully wraps the bandages around the injured leg, his movements precise and practiced as he tends to the task. After finishing the dressing, he sits amidst the ruins, the quiet atmosphere of the desolate landscape surrounding them. He decides to reveal his hidden power, activating the devil eye to peer deeper into the truth of the situation. Through this vision, he perceives the heavy burden of her past, the deep-seated regret, the lingering guilt, and the betrayal that continues to haunt her spirit. He observes her internal struggle, noting that while a normal person might succumb to despair, her innate capacity for love keeps her anchored despite the turmoil. Driven by this realization, he becomes even more determined, his desire to win her affection intensifying as he contemplates her resilience. With the medical care complete, he stands up, expressing his gratitude and entrusting the infant Aruz to her care once more. She watches him depart, a sense of quiet trust beginning to take root in her heart, wondering why she feels so inclined to believe in him. She reflects on the traveler's unwavering trust, recalling how he entrusted his son to her care both in the past and in this very moment, a gesture that speaks volumes of his faith in her. He stands firm, his expression hardening as he dismisses the notion of betrayal, asserting that such a bond is far too precious to be discarded. The realization hits her with sudden intensity. People are inherently prone to betrayal, and placing one's trust in others is a dangerous, foolish endeavor. He gently challenges her self-doubt, dismissing her claim that she lacks the qualifications to be a mother, his gaze steady and reassuring. Because of this, he insists that regardless of the sin she has committed, her hands have also saved countless lives, a truth that cannot be ignored. He admits that while he cannot fathom her true feelings toward him, his own stance remains absolute and unchanging. She listens intently as he emphasizes that her past experiences, however painful, have forged a strength that is vital for both her and the child, Aruz. He concludes by redefining her atonement, arguing that instead of suffering through endless servitude, she must choose to live and protect what matters, effectively rejecting the rigid, cruel systems of the past. She trembled as the traveler questioned if this path of suffering was truly what she desired. Biting her lip, she struggled to find the words to justify her self-imposed penance. She retorted that if she could not have happiness, she would choose to bear the weight of her punishment instead. With tears streaming down her face, she cried out that someone as strong as him could never understand the turmoil within her. The sudden outburst startled the infant, but the traveler quickly calmed the child with a gentle touch. He laughed off her accusations, admitting his own incompetence in raising the boy, yet asserting his own brand of strength. She listened intently as he recounted how he had once been saved by another, his expression softening. He concluded that since they were both flawed, they must rely on one another to survive. She listens intently as the traveler insists on helping her raise the children, challenging her to define what she truly believes atonement to be. The conversation shifts toward the fundamental nature of justice, suggesting that true righteousness must be rooted in the well-being of the innocent. He questions the monarch about the orphanage, prompting an explanation that such care is a form of penance for the crown. The monarch reflects on the heavy cost of his reign, noting how the children are the true future of the nation, despite the tragedies of war that orphan them. He turns his gaze to her, urging her to serve the kingdom and to remember that her past actions do not define her worth. The realization hits her with overwhelming force. Her power is meant to protect the future of these children, and that is the only penance she truly needs to pursue. Tears welling in her eyes, she accepts this new purpose, understanding that creating a future where children can smile is the ultimate legacy. With their goals now aligned, the traveler invites her to begin their work immediately by bringing joy to the children. He reaches out, his hand trembling slightly as he bridges the distance between them, offering a silent gesture of solidarity. With a gentle touch, he clasps her bandaged hand, offering a reassuring promise that everything will be all right. He pulls her closer, his gaze steady and unwavering as he vows that he will never betray her trust. Standing together, he declares that he will prove his loyalty, setting the stage for the path they must now walk as partners. The young traveler frantically demands an explanation for their sudden appearance in midair, his panic evident as he questions the mechanics of such a long-distance teleportation. He brushes off the concern with a casual welcome, insisting that the method is safe despite the disorienting nature of the journey. They arrive at their destination, a sprawling fortress, as he triumphantly declares it their sweet home. A flashback reveals the scene from moments earlier at the ruins of Pamora, where he explains to his companion that the proof of loyalty is a simple matter. He clarifies his intent, suggesting they utilize a slave contract to ensure their mutual bond. With a sharp hiss, a heated seal is pressed against skin, finalizing the binding agreement. The process is explained as a form of magic that enforces a master-servant relationship through the use of a seal. He confirms with a predatory grin that the contract effectively strips away the subject's freedom, leaving no room for doubt regarding their new status. He grinned, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity as he explained that from this moment on, they would both be each other's masters and slaves, ensuring neither could ever betray the other. Stunned by the revelation, she could only stammer in disbelief, struggling to process the weight of the mutual slave contract he had just imposed. He dismissed her confusion with a casual wave, comparing the arrangement to a marriage, and urged her to provide a drop of blood to finalize the binding seal. With no other choice, she extended her hand, allowing him to complete the ritual that would forever tether their fates together. Moments later, he led her to a secluded fortress hidden deep within the forest, explaining that he had renovated the old structure to serve as their private base of operations. The interior of the hideout was cluttered with crates and books, a dusty sanctuary that now stood as the backdrop for their new, forced partnership. He chuckled, noting the lingering magical residue from the dragon bones he had harvested, while she looked on, visibly shaken by the dark aura permeating the room. As he turned his attention to the infant in the crib, she watched him with growing trepidation, wondering what kind of man had truly ensnared her in this life. She stares in disbelief, questioning how a mere merchant from the north could possess such extraordinary power, including the ability to summon dragons and cast complex teleportation spells without incantations. He dismisses her skepticism with a sharp, predatory grin, mocking her doubt while his expression shifts into something far more cunning. Ignoring her internal turmoil, he insists that once things settle, they must review the terms of their contract, leaving her feeling trapped and overwhelmed. He clarifies his demands. She is to act as a mother figure to the infant Aruz and assist in his quest to defeat the Dragon Mother, a task she accepts with a resigned, hollow agreement. With the terms set, he commands her to begin tidying the room immediately, while he takes charge of the farm work and animal care before sunset. The sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows over the fortress grounds as the day draws to a close. She sets to work, lighting a candle and diligently cleaning the living space, her movements mechanical and devoid of spirit. Watching from the window, she observes him effortlessly commanding a golem to haul heavy loads, leaving her to marvel at the sheer scale of his unnatural abilities. She stood in the quiet, wrestling with her doubts about the traveler, wondering if his hidden past and the strength he concealed were reasons to remain wary. Deep down, she realized she had chosen to trust him, even as a lingering, inexplicable anxiety whispered that a greater threat might be approaching from elsewhere. Looking at her own hands, she questioned her worthiness as a mother, feeling the weight of her responsibilities and the fragility of her current life. The traveler arrived just as the sun began to set, his presence breaking her internal monologue as he checked on the progress of their tasks. With a sharp metallic ring, their blades clashed, a sudden burst of training that demanded her full attention. As they sparred, she recalled her earliest memories of training with her older brother, a time defined by the harsh expectations of their people. She reflected on the rigid laws of her village, where every man and woman was a warrior, and even her own mother was not exempt from the duty of separation. Her thoughts turned to her father, a stern village chief, and her brother, whose excellence served as a constant, demanding benchmark for her own growth. She realized with a heavy heart that her mother was nowhere to be found in this world of her childhood. A faint, knowing smile crossed her face as she drifted through these fragmented memories. Gentle fingers brushed against her cheek, grounding her as she slowly began to stir from her slumber. Her eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus on the dim surroundings. Beside her bed, the young traveler sat in the quiet room, watching over her as rain drummed against the window pane. He noticed her movement and turned, his expression shifting from weary concern to sudden, wide-eyed relief. Overcome with emotion, he wept openly, expressing his immense relief that she had finally regained consciousness after 2.5 days. She attempted to sit up, but he quickly intervened, insisting she remain still as she was still feverish and recovering from the aftermath of the battle against the dragon attribute warrior. She gazes up at him, questioning if there truly exists magic that he cannot perform, her eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and lingering weakness. He confirms with a nod, his expression softening as he brushes a stray lock of hair from her forehead. The young man explains that any form of magic can be useful, demonstrating his point with a practiced, confident gesture. He then stands, noting that it is time to attend to the infant's needs, and instructs her to use a small doll to signal him if she requires anything while he is away. He gestures toward a warm bowl of vegetable soup, explaining that he has used preservation magic to keep it fresh and hot, noting with a wry smile that while he can maintain food, he lacks the talent for healing arts. With a final reminder to eat slowly and stay hydrated, he turns to leave, leaving her to rest in a quiet room. The room remains still, filled with the simple tools of his care: a bowl of soup, a stack of books, and a suit of armor standing guard in the corner. She watches him go, a realization dawning on her. He has been tending to her recovery with unwavering dedication, all while managing the demands of caring for a child. She found herself drifting back to memories of her mother, a recollection stirred by the traveler's quiet care. Lying in bed, she recalled a time when she had been bedridden with a severe injury, much like her current state. Though the details of their conversations remained hazy, she remembered her mother tending to her, and the lingering sense that her father had opposed the situation, leaving a mark on her mother's face. Despite the underlying tension of those days, she realized that simply being together had been a source of profound happiness. She mused that perhaps that was the true essence of their bond. With a gentle smile, she decided to embrace that same perspective, finding peace in the present moment. Her attention shifted to the warm cup of tea placed before her, the steam rising in the quiet room. As she reached for it, a sudden, sharp sensation jolted her, causing her to spill the drink and react with startled confusion. She gasped, her eyes widening as a sharp, sudden pain radiated through her body, forcing her to clutch her bandaged hands in distress. The morning calm was shattered as a maid greeted the master, while a young boy scrambled to clean up a mess, noting that the room's original shape was already lost. He suddenly lunged toward the infant, shouting a desperate warning to stop, as a flash of magical energy erupted from the child. In the wake of the blast, they stood stunned before a massive, jagged hole torn through the wall, the silence heavy with disbelief. The maid could only stare in silent bewilderment, concluding that this family and their child were truly beyond all reason. The young man gathers his household for a meeting, declaring the first order of business to be the recent, unpredictable magical outbursts of the infant a ruse. The baby, oblivious to the gravity of the discussion, simply giggles in response. Outside, Elsa diligently tends to the chores, sweeping the dusty ground with rhythmic, practiced motions. Inside, she gently rouses her master from his slumber, urging him to wake and begin the day. Startled by the sudden wake-up call, he tumbles from his bed in a clumsy heap. She continues her domestic duties with grace, tending to the laundry and ensuring the household remains in order while the young master watches. 2 days after her recovery, the atmosphere of their home has shifted dramatically, settling into a newfound sense of stability. With the burden of chores shared, he finds time to practice his craft, successfully mastering the manipulation of 2 magical constructs simultaneously. He mused on his good fortune, having secured a capable servant who possessed both knowledge and versatility, though she had arrived with a singular, peculiar request. With a playful grin, he offered the infant a bottle of goat's milk, watching as the child eagerly accepted the nourishment. The mood shifted instantly when the infant spat out the milk, clearly finding the taste repulsive, leaving the young master stunned by the sudden rejection. Observing the child's preference for his caretaker, he felt a surge of competitive spirit, determined to prove his own worth as a provider by preparing a meal that would impress them both. She took a tentative bite of the steak he had prepared, her eyes widening in genuine surprise at the unexpected quality of the dish. He scoffed at her reaction, boasting about his culinary prowess, only to be brought up short when she politely pointed out that she had actually found the previous dish delicious, leaving him confused by the conflicting feedback. She offered a warm, knowing smile, remarking on the unique, comforting flavors that only a home-cooked meal could provide, a sentiment that left him feeling deeply humble. As the day's tasks loomed, he watched the infant begin to wail, realizing that his domestic challenges were far from over. He watches as the household gathers, the atmosphere thick with concern as they discuss the young infant's recent, unpredictable behavior. He explains that the child's nature is far from ordinary, his expression darkening as he acknowledges the unique circumstances surrounding the boy's birth. The conversation shifts to the infant's use of magic, noting that he only seems to channel his power when he is in his father's care. He contemplates this revelation, his brow furrowing as he tries to piece together the logic behind the child's actions. A sudden, frantic realization strikes him, his face contorting in shock as he begins to grasp the implications of what has been said. It is suggested that the outbursts are not malicious, but rather a desperate attempt by the child to seek his father's approval and joy. He collapses into a state of self-reproach, lamenting his own failures as a parent while the weight of the situation crashes down upon him. She offers a gentle, reassuring word, promising that now that the cause is known, they can work together to guide the child's power. He listens intently as Elsa reassures him that his efforts to be a good father are reaching the child, noting that the infant's joy is a direct reflection of his own dedication. Stunned by her words, he questions his own worth, wondering if he is truly fit to be a parent or if he is merely trash compared to the ideal he strives for. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of self-doubt and frustration, he lets out a desperate cry, grappling with the heavy realization of his perceived inadequacies. Nearby, the infant Aruz begins to wail, his cries echoing the emotional turmoil that has just unfolded. The sudden outburst of magical energy catches them off guard, leaving them startled by the raw power emanating from the child. Days pass, and it becomes clear that Elsa's intuition was correct. By adjusting their approach, they have successfully quelled the child's volatile magical tantrums. He finds himself contemplating his role in the household, questioning the necessity of his presence and the strange path his life has taken. Determined to find purpose, he focuses on the practicalities of survival, tending to the crops and livestock, convinced that his experience in the village is the only thing he truly has to offer. He surveyed the fields, noting with a sinking heart that the wheat crop had completely failed. Elsa explained that the local climate was better suited for rice and potatoes, leaving him to realize his lack of preparation. Overwhelmed by his own incompetence, he lamented that he had failed to do even the most basic research, while the infant Aruz seemed to prefer Elsa's company over his. Consumed by petty jealousy, he seethed at the realization that the child was bonding more with her than with him. Suddenly, he snapped out of his dark thoughts, his expression shifting as he decided to take action. He informed her that he would be away for a few days, reminding himself that he had a greater purpose to fulfill beyond just household chores. With the fields failing, he sought out the Merchants Guild, determined to secure new connections and financial stability for their future. He smiled, satisfied that his efforts had paid off. Having the right connections was proving to be the most valuable asset of all. He listened intently as the merchant explained the seasonal plight of the Rollins region, where heavy rains frequently render the main roads and river crossings impassable. The conversation shifted to the recent chaos, as he noted how the guild's internal conflicts had effectively sealed off the city's trade routes. She interjected, pointing out that the presence of a powerful water beast made the situation dire, as even the knights and hunters were unable to intervene, leaving them without a viable path or payment. By the following day, The threat had been neutralized, as he presented the severed limb of the beast as proof of his success. She expressed her utter disbelief, questioning how he could have possibly managed such a feat in a single day, while he calmly explained that he had anticipated the need for a swift resolution. He dismissed her skepticism with a smirk, confirming that he had hunted the creature himself, leaving no room for doubt regarding his capabilities. The atmosphere grew tense as they discussed the lack of funds, with her lamenting their financial state while he pressed for the information he required. He proposed a new arrangement, offering to trade his services for access to their market data and professional connections, effectively turning the situation to his advantage. He sat in the quiet room, contemplating the upcoming meeting scheduled for the following day with the salt merchants, a pair of siblings he needed to connect with. With a sharp grin, he dismissed the concerns about the outcome, insisting that success depended entirely on the next day's events. He then turned his attention to Elsa, who held a portable communication device, and instructed her to inform the others that he would be unavailable for further calls. As the conversation concluded, he watched Elsa gently tuck the infant Aruz into bed, offering a soft smile as she prepared to rest. He whispered a promise to the sleeping child, vowing to prove himself as a reliable father figure worthy of admiration. The next day, he engaged in a spirited negotiation with the merchant Silga, who praised the traveler's recent success in securing trade routes against water beasts. Suddenly, the communication device buzzed, and he reacted with visible frustration, reminding everyone that he had explicitly stated he was not to be disturbed today. Despite the interruption, he quickly regained his composure, assuring his associates that he was perfectly fine and ready to continue the business discussion. He reflects on the day's events, acknowledging that despite the cramped quarters and recent setbacks, he cannot afford to fail in his professional duties. The group shares a light-hearted moment, laughing as they tease one another about their low tolerance for alcohol. Retiring for the night, he sighs with relief, grateful for a productive day, though he remains wary of any missed notifications or reports. Suddenly, his peace is shattered as Elsa rushes to him, her expression frantic as she cries out that something is terribly wrong with Aruz. His eyes widen in immediate alarm, the fatigue of the day vanishing instantly as he senses the gravity of the situation. He rushes to the infant's side, his movements precise and urgent as he prepares to assess the child's condition. A wave of intense, unnatural heat radiates from the infant, causing him to recoil in shock at the sheer power of the fever. Elsa explains through tears that the fever began around midday, escalating rapidly into a burning, life-threatening heat. He frantically examined the infant, his mind racing as he realized the fever defied all conventional medical knowledge, showing no signs of respiratory distress or typical illness. Desperation set in as he questioned if magical healing could even address a condition rooted in the child's own constitution. Elsa stepped forward, offering to gather medicinal herbs despite the dangerous storm raging outside, insisting that she must act while he remained to watch over the child. She explained that the local flora held the key to treatment, urging him to stay by the infant's side as she departed into the night. The small child reached out, his tiny hand gripping the traveler's finger with a strength that belied his fragile state. He felt a pang of inadequacy, lamenting his inability to do more for the boy who seemed to be offering him comfort in return. Overcome with guilt, he whispered an apology to the suffering infant, his eyes fixed on the door as he waited for any sign of relief. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Elsa returned, breathless and clutching the herb she had managed to find at the edge of the forest. She carefully examined the strange, glowing plant, identifying it as a demon host tree, a parasitic growth that feeds on vast amounts of magical energy to flourish. With the plant now placed upon the infant, it began to pulse, drawing the excess magical energy directly from his body. The traveler watched in awe as the fever began to subside. She recalled the old village elder's warnings. Children born with immense magical potential often suffer from physical growth that cannot keep pace, leading to dangerous magical surges. Because the tree had successfully absorbed the volatile energy, the infant's temperature finally returned to normal, signaling the end of the crisis. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, admitting his own foolishness in trying to handle everything alone while failing to see the support right in front of him. The traveler realized that his jealousy and isolation had only caused unnecessary strain, leaving the child vulnerable while he struggled in vain. She gently explained that the child's nightly cries were not merely tantrums, but a desperate reaction to the magical fever that had plagued him since birth. Looking at the sleeping infant, she reassured the traveler that he remained the most vital and comforting presence in the boy's life. She gazes down with a soft, contemplative smile, acknowledging that this moment holds a new, profound significance for her as she watches the child rest. A quiet expression of gratitude escapes her, the weight of the recent crisis finally lifting from her shoulders. Reflecting on the ordeal, she resolves to use the demon host tree to periodically drain the boy's excess magical energy, ensuring his stability and preventing future surges. She proposes a new domestic arrangement, suggesting that while he focuses on his work, she will manage the household, and they will support each other by playing to their respective strengths. With a cheerful demeanor, she presents a meal she has prepared, though the sight of the strange, dark dish leaves him visibly unsettled. He hesitates, questioning the bizarre appearance of the food, yet he steels himself and takes a bite, only to be overwhelmed by a taste that defies description. Overcome by the culinary disaster, he collapses onto the table, while she remains blissfully unaware, concluding that their division of labor is now officially settled. In the quiet of the bar, the conversation turns to the weight of fatherhood. He reflects on the necessity of protecting his child, acknowledging that the responsibility of being a parent is a catalyst for his own growth as a man. She offers a drink, her tone light as she probes into his personal life, pointedly asking if he has crossed the line with Elsa. He dismisses the suggestion, maintaining that their relationship remains strictly contractual. The interrogation intensifies as his companion presses him on his feelings, refusing to let the subject drop. He grows visibly flustered, stammering in a desperate attempt to silence the prying questions. Later, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. He wakes to find Elsa leaning over him, their faces dangerously close, causing him to recoil in sudden, startled confusion. A heavy silence hangs between them, the air thick with the unspoken tension of the moment. She breaks the quiet, her expression soft and weary, explaining that she had merely intended to wake him. He stares back, his heart still racing from the unexpected proximity. The morning sun rises over the Elverant Federation, casting light upon the peaceful, sprawling farmlands. Life continues in its rhythmic cycle, with the young ones playing and the daily chores of the household unfolding under the clear sky. She watches as the young man tends to a newborn goat, her eyes wide with curiosity at the small creature's first steps. He notices her presence in the barn and playfully warns that she might get in trouble with her mother for wandering off alone. The young man introduces the infant Aruz to the goat, teasingly claiming that he is the better older brother and will be the one to treat the baby with more kindness. With a festive spirit, they gather around a small cake to celebrate, declaring that today marks the official birthday of the child. He explains that since the true birth date remains a mystery, they have chosen the day they found him as his birthday, and he proudly presents a gift from the fathers. The gift is revealed to be a collection of massive, scholarly tomes on magical creatures and history, intended to begin the child's education. They stand together, the weight of the books emphasizing the seriousness of the academic path being laid out for the infant. He protests that it is far too early for such rigorous study, but she calmly counters, noting that in her homeland, children begin their intense education as soon as they can stand. She insists that species and age are irrelevant, arguing that what truly matters is what captures the child's interest, dismissing the notion of applying human standards to a dark elf. Her frustration boils over as she scolds him, declaring that fighting is absolutely forbidden. He quickly reassures her that they are not fighting, though the tension remains palpable as they exchange glances. Acknowledging his mistake, he admits that he was merely testing the waters, unsure of what a child might truly enjoy as a gift. The atmosphere softens as they share a moment of mutual apology, setting aside their disagreement to focus on the child's happiness. Their attention shifts to the boy, who excitedly brandishes a net, eager to hunt for the creatures he has studied in his books. They venture out into the lush wilderness together, keeping a watchful eye on the young explorer. As the boy wanders into the brush, he cautions him not to stray too far, watching as the child begins his search with innocent determination. He stands amidst the greenery, observing the others as they discuss the simple joys of childhood, noting that even he once spent his youth chasing insects. She gazes at him with a soft, inquisitive expression, wondering aloud if he had experienced such innocence in his own youth, to which he responds with a contemplative look. The atmosphere shifts as she catches sight of a bat, her composure momentarily breaking into a startled cry as she leans closer to him for reassurance. He remains close by her side, his presence offering a steadying comfort as the initial shock of the encounter fades into a quiet, shared moment. Suddenly, a shout echoes through the brush, drawing their attention toward the source of the commotion as they exchange a look of shared concern. The infant points excitedly toward the thicket, his small voice calling out in wonder at something hidden within the foliage. They follow his gaze, their expressions shifting from confusion to curiosity as they try to discern what has captured his undivided attention. Hidden within the tall grass, a small, winged creature rests, its scales shimmering as it remains unaware of the observers watching from the edge of the clearing. He stares in disbelief at the small, winged creature, identifying it as a fire tribute dragon. The infant reaches out, but his companion quickly pulls him back, warning that he must not get too close to the wild beast. She expresses her concern, questioning what they should do if the creature's parents are nearby, while the child remains fixated on the dragon. The creature lets out a soft, curious sound, meeting the infant's gaze with its own. Suddenly, the dragon lets out a piercing cry, causing the infant to burst into tears in alarm. The rest of the day is spent comforting the inconsolable child, and in the following days, he is often found staring pensively toward the forest. He wakes up in a panic, realizing he has overslept and is now running late for the big auction in Bamora. Frantically preparing, he pulls on the gloves given to him by Alma, determined to secure the items he needs before the competition beats him to it. He scrambled in a frantic rush, lamenting the lack of time as he decided to leave the room in disarray, promising to tidy up upon his return. As he hurried, he cautioned the infant Aruz not to put things in his mouth, while Elsa sighed at the chaotic state of their home. She noticed the gloves he had been using were coming undone, remarking that he always took such good care of them, yet now they were fraying. A distant view of the castle loomed, while a mysterious figure chuckled to himself, contemplating the need to tighten his grip on things. The scene shifted to the bustling Bamora auction house, where bids climbed rapidly, reaching 40,000 as the crowd clamored for the prize. He observed the crowd, noting the unsavory characters and the rumors of a bounty on the guild executive, before his attention was caught by the mention of Kachu. The conversation turned to the rumors of a powerful mercenary group, with many questioning why no one had ever actually seen their leader. He listened intently as others remarked on how Kachu had grown significantly, noting that such rumors were a valuable commodity to be exploited. He watched intently as the auctioneer announced a 20-year-old vintage wine from the Caramella Theocracy, with bidding starting at 20,000. The price surged to 200,000, leaving him visibly shocked by the sheer intensity of the competition for the bottle. He explained to his companion that the purchase was a gesture for his wife, a devout follower of the Theocracy, to mark their first anniversary. She listened with a gentle smile, noting that his desire to bring a taste of the Holy Land to his wife was a surprisingly thoughtful sentiment. He dismissed the praise, insisting it was merely a small token of appreciation, and accepted a small pouch offered to him. As they stepped outside, he admired the matching rings on their fingers, reflecting on the simplicity of their bond amidst the vast, bustling harbor. He confessed that his feelings for her had grown over the past year, admitting that he had truly fallen in love with her. Yet, beneath his human facade, he harbored a secret. He was a demon, a being of pure spiritual energy and magic, fundamentally distinct from any mortal creature. He stood in the shadows, his mind heavy with the realization that demons, unlike biological beings, possess no reproductive instincts or natural desires, existing only to propagate their kind through the corruption of souls. This cold truth gnawed at him. He questioned if the affection he felt for Elsa was merely a lingering echo of his former human memories, or perhaps a profound misunderstanding of his own nature. Gazing at the ring in his hand, he doubted his right to offer it, recalling the moment he had tried to give it to her, only to be met with her gentle, unsuspecting gratitude. The sound of heavy rain drumming against the window pulled him from his thoughts, drawing his attention to the small child nearby who seemed unsettled by the storm. He returned to the room, greeted by the familiar warmth of home, though his eyes immediately scanned the area, searching for his belongings amidst the domestic calm. Alma approached, explaining with a smile that she had carefully mended his gloves and stored his items, though she casually mentioned disposing of something she deemed unnecessary. A sharp realization struck him. He knew his wife was perceptive, and he braced himself for the inevitable moment she would notice the missing object. Unable to contain his frustration, he erupted, demanding to know why she had disregarded his explicit instructions, his voice echoing with a raw, uncharacteristic intensity. He gripped his fist, his voice trembling with disbelief as he demanded to know if she truly understood the significance of the glove she had discarded. She looked back at him, her expression one of genuine confusion, insisting that there was no way she could have known their importance. His frustration boiled over, and he snapped at her, questioning if she had thrown them away despite knowing exactly what they meant to him. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded with him to be more careful, explaining that she had mistaken the damaged items for mere trash. She continued, her voice soft, asking if this was some strange custom of his homeland or perhaps a ritual offering to a goddess. He stared at her, stunned by the absurdity of her interpretation, and could only mutter a bewildered question about what she was talking about. The tension hung heavy between them. He remained visibly shaken by his own outburst, while she stood before him, visibly hurt and weeping. A cold silence filled the room as they stood apart, the distance between them feeling wider than the physical space of the chamber. He turned away, his voice strained as he asked to be left alone, leaving the small child startled and hurt by his sudden coldness. The heavy door slammed shut, echoing through the quiet halls. He retreated to the solitude of his room, collapsing onto the sofa with a bottle in hand, the weight of his frustration pressing down on him. Hours of searching had yielded nothing. The gloves remained lost. He struggled to accept that Elsa could have discarded them, yet the lack of evidence left him spiraling in doubt. Frustrated, he poured himself another drink, cursing his own inability to articulate his feelings when it mattered most. Regret washed over him as he buried his face in his hands, whispering an apology to Alma, wishing he could undo the harsh words he had spoken. A soft knock interrupted his misery. Alma stood at the door, her voice hesitant as she asked if he had seen a ruse. He looked up, his eyes wide with sudden, sharp alarm at the realization that the child was missing. He paused, his senses sharpening as a faint, questioning sound drifted through the dense foliage. The source of the disturbance became clear as he watched the water churn violently, revealing a path through the undergrowth. Following the trail, he questioned if the child could truly have passed through such a treacherous place, while Alma apologized for her earlier outburst, admitting she had been wrong to provoke him. They pushed through the brush to find the child nestled safely within the hollow of a massive tree, protected by a mysterious, glowing aura. He watched in silent wonder as the child slept peacefully against a creature, realizing that scolding such a small soul for its actions would be entirely futile. Alma looked toward him, her expression softening as she acknowledged his presence. He realized then that she had not abandoned him, but had instead taken the time to mend his discarded glove, a silent gesture of reconciliation. He asked why she had lied to him, and she confessed that she only wanted to see him flustered, a playful admission that hung in the quiet air between them. He reflects on their time together, admitting that seeing his own flaws and vulnerabilities exposed has been a humbling, if painful, experience. He confesses that his reliance on the demon eye was a mistake, a crutch that blinded him to the reality of his own shortcomings. Bowing his head in genuine contrition, he apologizes for failing to live up to the trust placed in him. Nearby, the small creatures observe the scene, noting that his recent detachment and strange behavior were signs of a deeper, spiritual transformation. She looks at him with newfound clarity, finding peace in the realization that despite his power, he remains fundamentally human. She acknowledges that even if these feelings are merely a fleeting illusion, She refuses to run from them any longer, fearing that to do so would be to lose her chance forever. Kneeling before her, he declares his resolve, vowing that he will no longer retreat from the truth of his heart. He pauses, his hand hovering over a small object as he whispers a name, his voice heavy with unspoken intent. He reached out, taking her hand firmly, and clarified that his intentions went far beyond any mere contract. He sought a union in the truest sense. With a steady gaze and a sincere expression, he asked her to marry him, leaving the weight of his proposal hanging in the air. She looked back at him, her eyes wide and shimmering with a mixture of surprise and deep, overwhelming emotion, her face flushing as the reality of his words took hold. Overcome with joy, she whispered her acceptance, and as he slid the ring on her finger, their temporary arrangement finally blossomed into a genuine marriage. The young traveler gazes down at the sleeping infant, his thoughts heavy with the realization that the child is not truly his own son. He reclines on the sofa, explaining to his companion that the boy is the son of his late best friend. She listens intently as he recounts the necessity of their flight, noting that the enemy's pursuit was far too aggressive to ignore. He reflects on the confession he made to her after his proposal, detailing his true identity as a demon from another world and the betrayal by the Holy Knights. She acknowledges his words with a calm nod, though he is visibly stunned to learn of the assassination attempt linked to the Ruland's kingdom. He continues to process the weight of their shared histories, including her own past and the betrayal she suffered at the hands of the first prince. He reaffirms his unwavering trust in her, reminding her of the promise made on the day of their contract, despite the shock of their revelations. She meets his gaze with a gentle, expectant expression, silently asking for his final decision on their future together. She confessed that she felt exactly the same way, her hands trembling slightly as she reached out. Time marched forward, and by March of the year 1015, nearly 20 months had passed since the child began his journey of growth. The young boy called out to his new companion, his face beaming with pure, unadulterated joy as the creature responded with a playful roar. Since that day of the great downpour, 3 significant changes had taken root in his life. The first was the arrival of a true friend, as the boy laughed while the creature nuzzled against him affectionately. Next, he bestowed a name upon his companion, combining their identities into Boris, officially welcoming the beast into his household. Finally, it became clear that the boy possessed a rare talent for healing magic, a revelation that left his guardian, Elsa, marveling at his innate genius. She listens intently as the young man outlines his third objective, to secure a noble title, a necessary step for their future security. He explains that their current standing is precarious, and given their past, they need the protection that status provides. With a sharp grin, he admits he desires the power to crush those who oppose him. She questions the feasibility of such a goal, noting the absurdity of challenging the first prince. He counters, explaining that royal contracts can be verified through magic or artifacts, allowing them to identify their true adversaries. The conversation deepens as they analyze the political landscape, speculating that the first prince might be orchestrating the downfall of his own kin to secure the throne. He reaffirms that their pact is built on mutual assistance to navigate these treacherous waters. She accepts the terms, and they formalize their agreement with a handshake committing to their shared path. Meanwhile, the young boy leaps into action, playfully engaging the dragon-like creature in a spirited training session. The creature lunges, but he deftly parries the attack, demonstrating his growing reflexes. With a sudden burst of movement, he spins and lands, narrowly avoiding a strike, his eyes bright with the thrill of the challenge. He revels in the sensation of his burgeoning magic, his small form crackling with raw, untamed energy as he plays. The sheer force of his power sends shock waves through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. She calls out to him, her voice firm yet weary, scolding the boy for creating such a mess while she attempts to manage the household chores. Observing his relentless enthusiasm for hero games, she remarks to her husband that the boy is truly his father's son, before reminding him of his impending departure for urgent business. He rushes toward her, eyes wide with excitement, thrusting a book into her hands and demanding she read to him. As she complies, she reflects on their past, how the hero returned to his village, married his betrothed, and bestowed upon their son a name of great significance. His expression shifts to one of pure shock as he asks her if she and his father have truly entered into the bonds of marriage. She sighs, explaining that such formal matters are currently secondary to the pressing demands of the nobility, leaving him to ponder the complexities of their status. He plays energetically with his dragon companion, calling out its name with pure, unbridled joy. Seeing him wander, she calls out with concern, urging him not to stray too far from the safety of their home. The conversation shifts to the weight of their future as they discuss the long-term plans for their marriage and the inevitable demands of noble life that will keep them occupied for years to come. She tries to brush off the melancholy, but the reality of their situation lingers in the air. He steels his resolve, reminding himself to stay focused and composed despite the swirling thoughts of his family's future. Life continues in the quiet courtyard. While he remains engrossed in his play, she tends to her chores, her gaze softening as she watches him. From the window, she observes the bond between boy and beast, noting how the dragon mimics his movements, a silent witness to their growing connection. The sky begins to shift, casting long shadows across the landscape as the day draws to a close. As the light fades, she calls out to him, gently insisting that it's time to return indoors before the darkness fully sets in. He suddenly bursts into tears, his face crumpling in distress as he cries out in confusion. The wailing intensifies, drawing immediate concern as he points toward the small, makeshift shelter where his dragon companion sits. Observing the scene, his mother wonders if the dragon has caused some trouble, noting the creature's agitated state. Seeing his distress, his father approaches, attempting to soothe him while questioning why he is crying so inconsolably. Upon discovering the source of the commotion, the father lets out a loud, surprised exclamation at the sight before him. Realizing that the child's efforts were intended as a heartfelt gift for her, the mother is overcome with deep, emotional gratitude. The parents exchange words of appreciation, acknowledging the boy's hard work, though the father playfully denies having requested such a grand gesture. The makeshift wedding site stands revealed, a stone seating area, a wooden arch, and a heart-shaped floral arrangement. He beams with pride, praising the young boy and his dragon companion for their impressive efforts, before declaring that it is time for him to step in and contribute his own touch to the preparations. With a wave of his hand, he channels his magic, causing the surrounding flora to bloom and reshape itself into an elegant, structured garden path. The landscape transforms rapidly as vines and flowers weave together to form a grand, heart-shaped centerpiece. Watching the display, the mother and her young son look on with wide-eyed wonder, completely captivated by the sudden beauty manifesting before them. He gestures toward the completed site, a magnificent wedding altar bathed in soft light, and asks if the result meets their expectations. The mother is left speechless by the spectacle, while the boy cheers in pure delight at the magical transformation. She reflects on the extravagance of the magic used, noting that while it is perhaps too flashy for a simple ceremony, it is ultimately a kind gesture that will make the night unforgettable. As she steps forward in a radiant gown, he watches with a mix of emotion and admiration, realizing that while he had planned his own surprise, the boy had already created something truly special. She beams with radiant joy, clutching her bouquet as she declares this the happiest moment of her life, while nearby, a small dragon and a child watch the scene with wide-eyed wonder. The small dragon looks on, captivated, as the couple stands together in the soft glow of candlelight, preparing for the ceremony to begin. With a graceful gesture, he channels his magic, weaving light into the air to construct a magnificent altar, leaving her breathless as the transformation unfolds. A brilliant flash of prismatic energy erupts, signaling the completion of the magical architecture. As the light settles, a breathtaking, ethereal structure of woven light and flora stands before them, casting a divine glow upon the couple. The child and the dragon cheer in delight, their faces illuminated by the shimmering remnants of the spell that now frames the wedding site. Standing beneath the shimmering arch, he turns to her, offering a heartfelt vow and addressing her by name, sealing their commitment in this enchanted space. Overcome with emotion, she gazes back at him, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness as she acknowledges him as her husband, her heart full. She gazes into her partner's eyes, the weight of their vows settling between them in a moment of profound, quiet intimacy. Nearby, a massive, armored creature looms, its sharp gaze fixed upon the tender scene from the shadows of a tent. The observer, a horned figure, watches the celebration through a spyglass, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as he whispers that he has finally found them, casting a dark shadow over the festivities. A carriage travels toward the horizon, marking half a year since the wedding. He sits inside, focused on the journey. He and Elsa are heading to Sebastia's home to finally dissolve her slave contract. The destination is significant, as Sebastia's main store serves as a place of deep familiarity for Elsa. They approach the Rulant's Magic Kingdom, a land where the impossible takes flight. Gazing out at the sprawling, vibrant city, he cannot help but exclaim in pure wonder at the sight. It has been 2 years and 3 months since he began raising a ruse, and the city feels like a scene from an Arabian tale, filled with flying carpets and magical displays. She stands nearby, feeling bashful in her new attire, though he notes that her transformation from her former self is truly remarkable. They discuss the city's grandeur, noting that with 5,000 years of history, it stands as the oldest kingdom in existence. She gazes up at the colossal statues in the plaza, marveling at the sheer scale of the ancient monuments. He explains that Rulant's honors the goddess of creation, noting that while the kingdom is strict, its faith is surprisingly broad and inclusive, unlike the more rigid Caramella kingdom. She questions why he would admire such a stern land, but he insists that the depth of their faith makes it a place worth visiting. He continues, describing how Rulant's has produced the greatest heroes in history and remains the only nation to receive divine oracles directly from the goddess. They are greeted warmly by a merchant who compliments her new attire, though she remains modest about her appearance. He notes that the infant is staying behind today, suggesting it is for the best given the circumstances, while the merchant expresses admiration for their arrival despite the lack of prior notice. He ponders the safety of leaving the child alone, but concludes that the city's protective barriers and the short duration of their business make it a secure choice. The merchant confirms the contract dissolution will take several hours due to its complex nature, leaving them to prepare for the wait. He watches from afar, his thoughts drifting toward the young child left behind, wondering how the boy is faring during their absence. Back at the base, the toddler, now 2 years and 4 months old, pouts with a determined expression, clearly restless. Because he is confined by a barrier, the boy complains loudly, insisting that he wants to go out and join the others. The dragon, Bull, remains outside, prompting the child to grumble about the unfairness of the creature being allowed to roam while he is stuck inside. Determined to pass the time, the boy challenges the dragon to a staring contest, demanding some form of entertainment. They both pull silly faces, sticking out their tongues and puffing their cheeks in a playful, childish standoff. The boy stretches his mouth wide with his fingers, escalating the absurdity of their game. Ultimately, he sighs in disappointment, declaring that the dragon is no fun at all, leaving the creature looking dejected. He continues to play with his blocks, blissfully unaware of the looming threat just beyond the threshold of his sanctuary. Nearby, the dragon observes the surroundings, noting the presence of a powerful magical entity, a demon tree, that thrives where life force is abundant. The creature remarks on the sheer size of the growth, its eyes scanning the horizon as the environment shifts under the influence of this dark magic. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, his presence marked by a familiar, malevolent aura that has not been felt for a full year. The child pauses, his attention caught by the sudden, heavy atmosphere as the dragon calls out to him, sensing the danger. Without warning, the intruder strikes, mocking the dragon for being bested by a mere infant and dismissing the strength of such a creature. With a cruel grin, the attacker unleashes a torrent of mud flow, a dark technique designed to overwhelm and trap his targets. He commands his subordinates to bind the dragon's legs, effectively immobilizing the beast as the chains tighten around it. He watched with a mix of shock and confusion as the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, a sight he had never witnessed before. Realizing the situation was escalating, he decided to summon a specialized technique, calling out for Vrims to intervene. The ground trembled as a massive, armored entity descended, its arrival shattering the earth and leaving the child paralyzed with fear. The armored figure commanded his subordinates to restrain the dragon, ignoring the child's desperate cries as they deployed a powerful barrier. He stood tall, mocking the merchant's ignorance of the wilderness, and boasted that even a powerful mage would struggle to maintain such a complex barrier. With the dragon successfully subdued, he signaled his team to depart, callously dismissing the child's pleas for his companion. The child wept uncontrollably, his small hands clutching at the air as he begged for the release of his friend, his voice cracking with grief. Overwhelmed by the sudden loss, he collapsed into a fit of inconsolable sobbing, the weight of the world pressing down on his small shoulders. He watched in horror as his companion was dragged away, the realization that he was being left behind fueling his desperate cries. Tears streamed down his face, his eyes glowing with a raw, agonizing intensity as he refused to accept the cruel separation. Nearby, the sudden, distant roar caught the attention of others, prompting them to wonder if they had truly heard a sound or if it was merely their imagination. He collapsed before the shimmering, hexagonal barrier, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he struggled against the overwhelming force. Driven by a singular, desperate purpose, he forced himself to stand, knowing he had to follow the path ahead. Staring through the translucent wall, he whispered a promise to his missing friend, vowing that he would not be left behind for long. Far from the immediate struggle, the ancient, sunken ruins of Eiffel lay silent, a place steeped in history and forgotten secrets. Within the ruins, laborers were commanded to continue their work, oblivious to the monumental events unfolding elsewhere. He watches from the shadows as the captors celebrate their success, their laughter echoing through the stone corridors of the fortress. Amidst the raucous revelry, the prisoner remains shackled, her gaze fixed on the cold, unforgiving iron of her chains. She flinches as a rough hand reaches out, the captor demanding she tend to the wounded dragon with her unique abilities. Turning away from the bars, she offers a quiet, pained apology to the creature, her voice barely a whisper in the damp cell. The captor looms over her, sneering as he labels her a reversion brat, his disdain dripping from every word. He boasts of his intent to slaughter the dragon, mocking the idea that anyone could communicate with such a beast. She stares back, bewildered by his cruelty, questioning why he would apologize for a creature that was meant to be free. With a gentle touch, she insists the injury is not the dragon's fault, offering her gratitude instead of fear. She listens as her captors mockingly ask for her name, their laughter echoing through the cold stone prison as they taunt her about the friend she supposedly has. Tears welling in her eyes, she wonders aloud if those friends will truly come to her rescue, feeling the weight of her isolation in this unknown place. A sudden, low rumble vibrates through the floor, and she gasps, sensing that something or someone is approaching. Memories of a rainy day flash before her, a moment of kindness that solidified her bond with the creature, and she whispers to herself that they are truly good friends. Her expression hardens with resolve as she declares that she will not let them kill such a gentle soul, despite the cruel mockery of her captors. She reaches out, pressing her hand against the dragon's scaled hide, offering comfort to the chained beast in the darkness. The captors watch with cold indifference as she continues to sob, her small frame trembling against the bars of the cage. One of the captors turns his head, his sharp ears twitching at a sudden, sharp sound that cuts through the silence. She watches in shock as a sudden, violent surge of lightning erupts within the chamber, throwing the guards into disarray while they demand to know how an intruder bypassed their defenses. Amidst the chaos, the captors scramble, shouting warnings of a magical assault as the air crackles with residual energy. A small, determined figure stands amidst the smoke, channeling raw power that ripples through the stone floor. The captive girl stares in disbelief, her eyes widening as she recognizes the source of the sudden intervention. The intruder stands defiant before the gathered guards, a low growl vibrating through the room as the tension reaches a breaking point. She gasps, her hands covering her mouth in joy as she realizes that help has finally arrived in the form of a familiar face. Observing from the shadows, the horned antagonist notes the intrusion with a cold, calculating gaze, acknowledging that their position has been compromised. The guards rush forward to seize the child, but they are met with a crackling barrier of electricity that forces them to recoil in pain. She watches in stunned silence as the prison guards are overwhelmed, their forms engulfed by the searing, unnatural heat of the magical assault. Overcome with emotion, she realizes her rescue has arrived, while the young savior beams with a radiant, energetic smile, declaring that it is time to leave together. A single, mysterious egg rests within a wooden crate, its surface marked by cracks that hint at the life stirring within. She dismisses the notion of artificial methods, her interest in such cold, calculated processes entirely absent. The young girl gazes forward, expressing her earnest desire to become a parent to the fire attribute dragon egg, seeking a bond that transcends mere research. A man with pointed ears introduces himself as Set, a scholar hired by Virid to provide the necessary expertise and support for this delicate undertaking. He explains the complexities of dragon ecology, noting that artificial incubation of such creatures is unprecedented, requiring constant monitoring of temperature and environmental conditions. The pair contemplates the dietary needs of the hatchling, noting that ancient texts offer little guidance on the nourishment required for a dragon in its infancy. Laughter fills the room as Set recounts a humorous anecdote about a previous task, while the girl reflects on the strange, almost miraculous ability to communicate with the dragon's heart. He commends her for her keen observation and exceptional memory, acknowledging that her unique talents have been an invaluable asset to their work. She listened as the scholar expressed a desire to formally recruit her as his assistant, given the gravity of their current circumstances. Looking up at him, she questioned the true nature of their situation, her expression filled with uncertainty. He admitted that he had been under a grave misunderstanding regarding the reality of their plight. The scholar explained that he had joined the guild under the impression that it protected refugees and drifters, offering them meaningful work. He revealed the dark truth. The guild was actually a criminal syndicate that forced refugees into labor, sold children into slavery, and funneled profits into building a massive private army. She reacted with shock, learning that her mother was being held hostage elsewhere, a fact she had not fully grasped until now. He continued, explaining that her mother had been saved from a demonic beast attack by a fire attribute dragon, which was the true reason she was being kept captive. The scholar concluded that the guild intended to bind her to that very dragon, transforming the creature into a weapon of mass destruction. She stared in disbelief as the scholar explained that the guild's ultimate goal was to seize the nation's military might, using her own existence as the catalyst for their power. He continued, his voice cold and calculating, noting that even if she managed to escape, the true prize was not her, but the fire attribute dragon she was bound to. With a cruel smirk, he insisted that she must not be allowed to slip away, as her utility to their cause was far too great. He reassured her, claiming that he had learned this information from the guild leader's own brother, and that she should trust in his guidance to ensure her survival. She looked up, wide-eyed and trembling, as he promised that everything would be all right if she simply waited for his next move. Elsewhere, a rugged man with a scarred face stood before a captive, his expression twisted into a predatory grin as crows circled the scene. He scoffed at the scholar's interference, noting that while the target still breathed, the fire attribute dragon had already been successfully transferred. Dismissing the loss of his previous asset, he turned his attention to the young girl, declaring that she would serve as the perfect replacement for his brother's new project. He sneered, reminding his subordinate that the girl was merely a tool to be used, and that if she dared to harbor any rebellious thoughts, he would ensure she suffered the consequences. The scholar adjusted his glasses, his voice cold as he recalled the girl's mother, noting that if he hadn't let her escape, things would have turned out quite differently. He sighed, resigned to the grim reality that he had no choice but to become a weapon, lest he lose everyone he held dear. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to suppress her sobs, desperately trying to convince herself that she could not afford to give up. The internal mantra repeated, a fragile anchor in the storm of her despair. She must not give up. A hand reached out to touch the creature, its voice mocking as it asked if this was the fire dragon that had been promised. Suddenly, a bright, energetic presence appeared before the weeping girl, declaring with a wide grin that he had come to rescue her. He stood amidst the chaos, his laughter booming as he appraised the young captive, noting that a child capable of such magic would fetch a high price as a weapon. The beastly commander barked orders at his subordinates, demanding they capture the boy alive. In response, the boy unleashed a torrent of magical energy, sending his attackers reeling as they shrieked in pain from the sudden, searing heat. Seeing the display, the captors regrouped, realizing that while his fire and water magic were formidable, they could neutralize him by deploying defensive barriers and cornering him. They surged forward, filling the room with a wall of shimmering shields to restrict his movement. As the boy struggled against the encroaching barriers, his efforts to break through were met with frustration, prompting his enemies to press the advantage and force him into a tighter space. The pressure mounted until one of the guards was struck down, his defenses shattered, while the boy seized the moment to strike back with precision. With a final, explosive burst of speed, he shattered the remaining chains, clearing a path to liberate the captive girl. He lunges forward with incredible agility, his small frame moving with a speed that catches his opponents off guard as he strikes. The agile youth laughs, taunting his frustrated pursuers who struggle to keep up with his relentless, playful movements. One of the captors sneers, mocking the situation as a mere game of heroes, while the captive girl watches in silent desperation. Sensing an incoming threat, he prepares himself, his focus sharpening as he channels his energy for a decisive counterattack. With a sudden, explosive release of power, he unleashes a devastating lightning blast that shatters the surrounding stone. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area, leaving his enemies scattered and reeling from the unexpected assault. Observing the chaos from above, the horned antagonist scoffs at the display, unimpressed by the strength shown by the child. He turns to his subordinate, coldly ordering him to clean up the mess left behind by the unruly youth. He approached the small child, his voice calm as he inquired about the boy's name. The man introduced himself as Victor, a former magic knight of Rulance, and praised the boy's name, Aruz, as a brave one. Victor expressed regret that they had to fight, gently asking Aruz to surrender peacefully, but the boy adamantly refused. Surprised by the boy's sudden resistance, Victor watched as Aruz struggled against the magical mud trap that had ensnared him. Ignoring the pain, Aruz channeled his energy, unleashing a crackling bolt of lightning that shattered the mud binding his limbs. The sudden discharge caught Victor off guard, while a nearby observer watched the display of power with growing concern. From behind the bars of a nearby cage, a captive girl shouted a desperate warning, urging Aruz to use the water to his advantage. He heeded the advice, manipulating the water to strike back at his captor, forcing Victor to recoil from the unexpected counterattack. He shouts his gratitude, his face beaming with a bright, determined smile as the captive girl watches him from her cell in disbelief. With lightning speed, he lunges forward, closing the distance between himself and his opponent in a blur of motion. The armored warrior swings his blade with lethal intent, but he nimbly dodges the strike, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp edge. He slams his hands against the ground, channeling his energy to summon a massive stone pillar that erupts from the floor. The sudden impact sends his adversary reeling, and he seizes the moment to launch a barrage of stone projectiles, forcing the knight to scramble for cover. He continues his relentless assault, weaving wind magic into his strikes to overwhelm the knight, who stares back in sheer astonishment at the child's raw power. Panting heavily, he stands amidst the debris of the shattered floor, his eyes locked onto his shaken opponent. Watching from the sidelines, the knight's companion can hardly believe his eyes, muttering in shock that such a young child could possess such monstrous, unnatural strength. He watches the young girl, who stares back with wide, hopeful eyes, whispering that with this power, there might finally be a chance. The massive warrior strikes the ground with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves through the chamber as he looms over his small opponent. She watches in horror as the child is struck, blood spraying from his mouth as the impact leaves him reeling. He is sent skidding across the stone floor, his small body tumbling from the sheer momentum of the brutal assault. The horned giant laughs, declaring his boredom with the spectacle and mocking the girl for harboring such foolish, fragile hopes. Nearby, the onlookers express their disbelief that their champion has been bested, with some eager to step into the fray themselves. She breaks down in tears, lamenting that it would have been better if he had never come, wishing he could be spared the fate of his predecessor. A figure kneels before the weeping girl, offering a final, solemn piece of advice: to hold on to her dreams, no matter the circumstances. She listened intently as the concept of a dream was explained to her, a goal for the future, a beacon of hope that could illuminate even the darkest of times. It was clarified that courage is the spark needed to seize opportunities, fueled by the persistent hope one carries within. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed that she had once dismissed those words as lies, believing that hope was a futile burden she should abandon. Yet, the arrival of a ruse had shifted her perspective, making her wonder if this was the very hope her mentor had spoken of. She realized, however, that relying solely on him was a selfish act, a way to shirk her own responsibility. Memories of the villagers pleading for the child's life flooded back, reminding her that he was destined to save many, not to perish in such a desolate place. Driven by a sudden, fierce resolve, she cried out to him, begging for his strength. Her desperate pleas echoed as she shook the fallen boy, urging him to wake up and flee before it was too late. He stirs, his consciousness returning as the girl's desperate pleas echo in his mind, urging him to wake and remember his purpose. The horned figure looms, his voice a cold reminder that even the greatest empires are destined to crumble, their downfall inevitable. A flicker of defiance ignites within the girl, a small flame of courage burning brightly amidst the surrounding darkness. With a sudden, sharp movement, he strikes, his hand moving with such speed that the air itself seems to recoil from the impact. Because of his swift strike, the beast's defenses shatter, leaving the creature reeling as fragments of its power fall away. The girl watches in disbelief as the demon's fang lies broken, her eyes widening at the realization that he has turned the tide. Surrounded by the enemy, the command to kill rings out, heavy and absolute, sealing their fate in the arena. He stands firm, bloodied but resolute, declaring his singular intent. He has come to save his friend. He stands firm, his eyes burning with the resolve of a hero from his favorite storybooks, refusing to yield despite the overwhelming odds. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he lunges forward, his strike landing squarely against the massive beast, sending shockwaves through the chamber. The horned antagonist looms over the scene, his voice dripping with mock concern as he chides the captive girl for worrying him, while his monstrous, subordinate growls in the background. He watches the exchange, his expression hardening as he prepares to intervene, fully aware of the danger that lies ahead. A hand descends to ruffle his hair, offering praise for his incredible bravery and the lengths he went to for his friend. The masked figure turns away, signaling that the rest of the task now falls to them, leaving the young warrior to catch his breath. He stands amidst the debris, watching as the adults step forward to take control, his father figure reassuring him that the situation is now in their hands. A few hours earlier, the castle stood silent under the weight of an impending discovery. The protective barrier had been shattered from within, leaving a gaping hole in the magical defenses. He stared at the breach in disbelief, realizing that only a ruse could have possessed the power to break through such a formidable seal from the inside. The sheer magnitude of the residual magical energy left behind was overwhelming, forcing him to question if this was truly the extent of the boy's potential. Examining the scene, he noticed a scale belonging to a ruse and signs of a struggle, noting that his own magic had been slightly neutralized by the lingering aura. The ground revealed no tracks for a ruse, suggesting he had been forcibly taken by someone else who had pursued him. With a grim expression, he turned to his companion, urging her that they had to leave immediately to track him down. They set off, desperate to follow the trail before the magical traces faded into nothingness. He declared himself the descendant of the Beast King, the rightful heir to the land that once flourished under his kin. With a fierce resolve, he spoke of reclaiming their stolen nation, seeking vengeance against the elves who had driven them into exile, and promising to lead his people toward a truly equal land. He revealed that the elemental dragon had been raised from an egg specifically to serve as a weapon of war. The captive elf, fueled by indignation, shouted for him to be silent, refusing to accept his claims or his authority. In the wake of her outburst, he merely scoffed, while nearby, a companion expressed concern about the strength of their adversary and the safety of their master. The companion reasoned that they could not engage in a direct confrontation while protecting the infant, concluding that a tactical withdrawal was their only viable option. She trembled with a mix of rage and sorrow, vowing that she would never allow the infant to be harmed, swearing to carve her vengeance into those who dared threaten him. He silenced her with a cold grin, mocking her defiance and promising to grant her wish by dealing with her personally. He sneered at his opponents, mocking their audacity for reaching this far into his domain. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his movements blurring as he executed a series of rapid, lethal techniques. The air crackled with tension as he identified the dark elf's lineage, laughing at the irony of a cursed clan standing against him. He scoffed at the insults thrown his way, his expression hardening as he prepared to silence the insolent captive. She stood her ground, her voice cold as she demanded he cease his vile chatter, launching a barrage of projectiles to force him back. He lunged forward with a devastating strike, his claws extended to tear through his target in a display of raw, predatory power. She dodged the massive blow, noting with a sharp, analytical gaze that his strength was immense, though his wide swings left him vulnerable. Determined to turn the tide, she moved to obscure his vision, striking from the shadows to exploit the opening he had created. She executes a magic reversal, her movements precise as she narrowly evades the Beast King descendant's crushing blow, her eyes wide with the intensity of the exchange. The ground shatters beneath the sheer force of his power, sending debris flying into the air as the shockwave ripples through the chamber. He sneers, noting that she is not only quick with her tongue, but possesses a mind as sharp as a beast's, while she stands her ground, unfazed by his intimidation. With a determined crack of her neck, she resolves to sharpen her focus, knowing that survival demands a complete shift in her mental state. The dust begins to settle in the quiet, desolate hall, leaving only the echoes of their confrontation. Nearby, the captives watch in disbelief, their expressions shifting from terror to a glimmer of hope as they witness the impossible display of resistance. The observer stands amidst the wreckage, his voice echoing with disbelief at the sheer, overwhelming strength displayed before him. He turns his attention to the tamer, demanding an immediate report on their organization and troop deployment, his patience wearing thin. He watched with growing unease as the horned figure unleashed a simultaneous summoning of multiple beasts, realizing with a jolt that this was the work of a master tamer. The sheer scale of the summoned horde surged forward, a tidal wave of claws and fangs threatening to overwhelm the defenses in an instant. Panic erupted among the ranks as the soldiers fled in terror, screaming that the monsters were unstoppable, while the tamer mocked their cowardice. Surveying the chaos, the tamer boasted of his overwhelming strength, though he noted with a flicker of annoyance that one of his captives had managed to slip away. He issued a cold command to seal the castle gates, ensuring that no one could escape the slaughter he had orchestrated outside. The strategist contemplated the grim reality. If his true power were revealed to the masses, it would be impossible to contain the fallout, forcing him to consider erasing the memories of those who witnessed it. A beast-like creature approached, its metallic armor clanking as it asked about the status of a comrade named Bull, prompting the tamer to check on the creature's condition. With a dismissive wave, he ordered the beast to continue its rampage outside, leaving the captive girl behind as he turned his attention to new, more pressing matters. He stands before the young girl, introducing himself as Yura, and explains that he has been entrusted with the care of the dragon. She expresses deep gratitude for his intervention, recalling how he saved her when she was on the verge of defeat. He insists that he cannot leave the situation to bulls alone, noting that many workers are being forced to labor here. The girl bows her head, admitting her past failures and resolving to stop relying on others to solve her problems. He places a hand on her head, entrusting her with the task of accompanying Bowles and providing him with instructions. She accepts the responsibility with a bright, determined smile, ready to prove her worth. Outside the castle walls, the Beast King's descendant lunges forward with raw, destructive power, shattering the stone ground. With a ferocious roar, he unleashes a counter-magic technique, his face twisted in a display of overwhelming aggression. He lunged forward, his blade meeting the beast's raw power in a blinding flash of sparks. The impact sent him reeling backward, his feet skidding across the stone floor as he struggled to maintain his footing against the overwhelming force. Debris rained down from the ceiling, shattering around them as the structure groaned under the intensity of their clash. Amidst the settling dust, the Lion Man stood amidst the ruins, questioning if his opponent had finally succumbed to the onslaught. He sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, realizing that his elusive target was far more skilled at concealment than he had anticipated. Frustrated by the cat-and-mouse game, he roared, channeling his energy into a devastating magical strike intended to clear the area entirely. A massive, swirling vortex of wind erupted from his palms, tearing through the chamber with the force of a natural disaster. The cyclone consumed everything in its path, leaving only a hollowed-out crater where the battle had raged, as he watched the devastation with a grim, predatory satisfaction. He stands amidst the swirling dust, his senses heightened as he realizes his opponent has managed to close the distance without making a sound. The warrior growls in frustration, questioning how she bypassed his defenses to strike from such close range. He contemplates her tactics, noting how she utilizes silent incantations and darkness to mask her lethal intent. Recognizing the trap, he realizes she intentionally feigned a lack of offensive options to lure him into a confined space where his wide-range attacks would be neutralized. She remains composed, waiting for the precise moment to strike, fully committed to securing her victory. A sudden, sharp pain erupts as he realizes he has been poisoned, his senses overwhelmed by the toxin's effect. She explains that the illusion will soon fade, leaving him vulnerable but alive, as she has no desire for unnecessary bloodshed. Turning her attention elsewhere, she mentions the children rescued 2 years ago, revealing that reports from the Holy City have finally identified those responsible for selling them. She calmly explains that the Merchant Guild, while appearing legitimate, is a front for the illicit trafficking of fire dragon materials and slaves. The true identity of the organization's leader is revealed, Viridra. Ignoring the Beast King's descendant's desperate pleas to stop, she presses him for answers, her gaze cold and unyielding. Realizing the overwhelming danger, the group panics, shouting that they must flee from such a formidable opponent. A group of armed figures blocks their path, their expressions stern as they demand silence from the intruders. They are warned to look closely at their surroundings, realizing too late that they are already surrounded by slaves. Shock ripples through the group as they witness the true scale of the trap, leaving the Beast King's descendant reeling in disbelief. A massive dragon looms over the scene, its presence silencing any remaining hope of resistance. She watches as the defeated group raises their hands in a collective gesture of surrender. The situation is dire. Reports indicate that the organization commands hundreds of combatants and laborers, with thousands more spread across various regional outposts. They realize the gravity of their position, noting that seizing the main headquarters with only 2 people has drawn unwanted attention. Bound and helpless, the captive Beast King's descendant listens as his captors coldly suggest that eliminating everyone is the only way to ensure their silence. She remains composed, her expression unreadable as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Because of the mounting pressure, the captives begin to panic, struggling against their restraints while their guards demand they remain still. One of the captives screams in desperation, pleading for his family and reminding the others that they are all victims of the same cruel system of slavery. The chaos is abruptly silenced as a blade is drawn, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. She demands an immediate end to the bickering, her expression one of exasperated impatience as she gestures wildly, leaving her companions stunned and speechless. Following her outburst, the tension shifts as the others struggle to process her sudden change in demeanor, unable to hide their bewilderment. A sinister realization crosses her face. She lets out a jagged, predatory grin, clearly delighted by a dark and sudden inspiration that has just taken hold of her thoughts. Watching her, the observer is left speechless, unsettled by the sheer intensity and malice radiating from her expression. The remote outpost stands as a grim sentinel, serving both as a strategic watchtower and a holding facility for captives. Inside, The guards discuss the necessity of their harsh methods, noting that the laborers are kept under strict surveillance to prevent any chance of escape. He grins, clutching a bottle, and suggests they finish their business quickly and move on. Meanwhile, in the bustling trade city of Pamora, the guild hall operates as a facade for complex, clandestine dealings hidden beneath the surface of legitimate commerce. She listens intently as the intelligence network is described, confirming that their operations have successfully infiltrated the underground levels. Attention shifts to the common room, where a man calls for silence, demanding the full focus of everyone present. He triumphantly announces that they have captured the Lion King, declaring that the guild is effectively disbanded. The room erupts in shock as he coldly informs them that they are now under the direct control of the demon realm. He stood before the gathered guild members, his grin sharp and predatory as he declared that their operations would continue unchanged under new management, dismissing any dissent with a cold, mocking challenge. His eyes narrowed, conveying a silent, lethal promise of what would befall anyone foolish enough to resist their authority. A sudden, violent burst of energy erupted, silencing the room instantly. With the opposition neutralized, he stood amidst the fallen, his posture radiating absolute dominance, as he assured them that failure was not an option. Days earlier, the plan had been meticulously laid out. By infiltrating and manipulating the Dark Guild, they would secure the necessary leverage to demand a noble title from the king. She detailed the long-term strategy, explaining how they had spent years building credibility and military strength, turning a simple mercenary group into a force capable of seizing power. He laughed, his gaze sweeping over the gathered masses as he pointed out that they already possessed the manpower required to solidify their control. The realization settled over the onlookers. The Dark Guild had been systematically dismantled and repurposed, its members now nothing more than pawns in a much larger game. He observed the landscape, noting that even a criminal organization possessed valuable assets, funds, and territory that could be repurposed. The strategy was clear. By granting noble titles to these former enemies, they could be transformed into allies, effectively flipping the board in one decisive move. He mused that the pursuit of glory and the title of hero were powerful motivators, capable of bending even the most wicked individuals to his will. Dismissing concerns about his kindness toward refugees and former villains, he maintained that he was simply utilizing the resources available to him. Standing before his gathered forces, he emphasized that expanding their ranks was far more efficient than wasting energy on destruction. He checked on the progress of a healing, noting that despite the scarcity of mages, the recovery was proceeding smoothly. The beast-like warrior watched him with awe, questioning the nature of his immense, unrefined magical power and his reckless dedication to healing others. He brushed off the inquiry with a casual remark, leaving the others to wonder about the true extent of his capabilities and his mysterious origins. He playfully insists that the others stop their worrying, reminding them that he is simply healing their pain. His casual, cheerful demeanor leaves the surrounding group stunned and laughing in disbelief at his effortless display of power. The young boy is urged to rest, but he remains curious, questioning why everyone around him looks so different. He wonders aloud about their varied appearances, prompting a gentle, knowing smile from his companion. She explains that they are all precious creations of the goddess, and that the beauty of the world lies in the diversity of forms that these treasures take. He listens intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to a quiet, contemplative realization as he processes the weight of her words. She gently suggests that the answers to such profound questions are things he must discover for himself through his own experiences in time. Looking out over the grounds, she notes that this place serves as a temporary sanctuary where the children can learn the value of forming bonds with one another. He enthusiastically agrees to head out, his confidence growing as he finds the words to express his own thoughts, much to the quiet pride of his mentor. Reflecting on his growth, he dismisses the idea of natural selection as a dull answer, declaring it an unreasonable explanation for the complexity of life. He watches in shock as the group around him erupts into a chaotic commotion, their voices rising in sudden alarm. Amidst the confusion, whispers circulate about Kachu's son, a figure of unexpected importance who has reportedly defeated a high-ranking enemy. The atmosphere shifts as others decide to offer their assistance, though one complains of a sudden stomach ache, breaking the tension with a mundane excuse. He turns his attention to the captive girl, demanding to know why she's being treated with such hostility by the others. The accusation is met with a fierce retort, as he is told that the girl is a reversion brat, a creature of Virdra who has somehow been accepted into their ranks. She defends herself with frustration, retorting that they have no right to judge her when they know nothing of the hardships she has endured. His temper flares, and with a shout of "Monster!" he hurls a stone directly at her, the projectile flying through the air with lethal intent. The stone lands with a heavy thud, and he stands over the aftermath, muttering that he has no patience for those who bully his friends. He stood trembling with rage, his voice cracking as he declared that he would not forgive the assault, while others desperately tried to restrain him, pleading for him to stop. Ignoring the chaos, she shielded the captive girl, begging him to show mercy and insisting that there were no bad people present. The tension broke as she collapsed, leaving him stunned and confused by the sudden turn of events. Silence descended upon the ruined stone walls, the dust settling over the aftermath of the confrontation. As she stirred, she felt a strange sensation, only to be startled by the realization that she was finally awake. They gathered around her, offering apologies for the pain she had endured and checking if she was feeling better. The atmosphere lightened as they began to talk, celebrating the fact that they had all become friends. Laughter filled the air, a genuine and warm sound that signaled the end of their conflict. She suddenly felt her clothes tear, revealing the scales and wings sprouting from her back, leaving her flustered and apologizing for the unexpected transformation. Her companion watched in awe, marveling at the sight of the wings and questioning if they were truly cool. The child excitedly asked if they would grow larger as she aged, only to be told that humans do not sprout wings, leaving the young one to wonder about their own nature. She struggled to keep up with the rapid-fire questions, feeling overwhelmed as the child insisted they were both the same, urging her to wait. When asked if the unknown was frightening, she admitted that while it was, there was a certain joy in the mystery of not knowing everything. She looked on with a soft, contemplative expression, finding comfort in the simple, shared understanding between them. Reflecting on the child's precocious nature, she mused that being different was simply a part of who they were, despite the challenges it brought. In the shadows, observers discussed the blessing of the dragon god, noting how the sight of her wings and scales often frightened adults who whispered rumors of her being a half-demon. She listens intently as the scholar explains that humanity's inherent fear of the unknown, whether demon or human, is a fundamental truth of their existence. He continues, noting that his own path as a scholar was driven by the desire to understand these differences, believing that knowledge is the only way to prevent unnecessary conflict. With a hearty laugh, he dismisses the idea that others would care to learn, insisting that his own curiosity is what truly matters to him. As a bird soars overhead, he reflects that while he claims to seek peace, his original motivation was far simpler. He admits that the joy of discovery was his true guide, hoping that by understanding these differences, he might also help ease the burdens of others. The young child suddenly exclaims that she understands his perspective, leaving her companions momentarily stunned by her sudden clarity. She beams with excitement, declaring that acknowledging these differences is the key to making their conversations meaningful and truly knowing one another. The captive girl pauses, struck by the simplicity and warmth of the child's realization regarding the nature of their differences. She listens intently as the young boy beams with enthusiasm, declaring that learning as much as possible is the key to everyone getting along. He smiles back, his expression radiating a pure, earnest sincerity that leaves her momentarily speechless. Overcome with genuine gratitude, she whispers her thanks to him for his kindness. The pair continues their walk together, their footsteps crunching softly against the path as they move forward. She shares her dream of becoming a scholar to uncover the unknown and spread knowledge throughout the world, before turning to ask him about his own aspirations. He declares with unbridled excitement that he wants to grow much, much stronger, aspiring to be a hero just like his parents. She smiles warmly, affirming that with his heart, he will surely become a hero who saves people, not just one who possesses great strength. Their conversation is interrupted as they spot an elderly man nearby, prompting them to approach him. He stands before the group, his presence drawing their immediate attention as they approach with cautious curiosity. Suddenly, the young girl cries out for her mother, her eyes widening as she recognizes a familiar face among the arrivals. She rushes forward, abandoning all hesitation to embrace her mother in a tearful, desperate reunion. Tears stream down their faces as they hold each other, the weight of their separation finally lifting in the warmth of the embrace. Nearby, the young traveler observes the scene, his expression softening as he remarks on the inherent kindness of his companion. His companion dismisses the praise, claiming that helping others is merely a way to repay old debts and settle his own conscience. A gentle smile touches his face as he reflects that such selfless acts are the true mark of a family, binding them together beyond blood. In the year 1015, the holy city of Astornifa stands as a beacon of order within the Elvrant kingdom, its serene waterways reflecting the weight of the political machinations unfolding within its walls. High within the castle, a merchant named Kachu presents a formal petition to the king, requesting an audience to discuss matters of state that have drawn the monarch's cautious attention. The gravity of the situation is clear. Kachu has successfully apprehended 35 members of the Dark Guild known as Lion King's Revenge, including 12 high-value targets with S-rank bounties on their heads. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he makes his demands known. In exchange for these dangerous captives, he seeks a noble title and a territory to call his own. The royal figure finds the merchant's audacity amusing, noting that a mere commoner hunting S-rank criminals and then demanding a lordship is a turn of events that defies expectation. The order is given to bring the prisoners forward, their presence marking the transition from negotiation to the harsh reality of justice. Guards maintain a tight perimeter around the shackled captives, warning them against any attempt to escape as they are led through the city streets. Among the captives, a sense of betrayal lingers, the realization of their downfall etched onto their faces as they are led toward their uncertain fate. He stands amidst the captured guild members, his presence drawing whispers from the onlookers who recognize him as the merchant Kachu. The crowd murmurs about the mysterious mercenary group he employs, noting that even seasoned hunters and adventurers have never laid eyes on them. He smiles to himself, reflecting on how his reputation has grown through the steady completion of requests and the spreading of rumors. A royal messenger approaches, summoning him to appear before the king of Astornifa for an audience. Inside the palace, a noblewoman of the Elvrant Federation acknowledges his arrival, formally recognizing his service to the kingdom. He bows humbly, maintaining a facade of modesty as he accepts the praise directed his way. The conversation shifts to the political reality of the realm, where the true power lies with the princesses, leaving the king as a mere figurehead. He considers this a favorable development, realizing that the capture of the guild members serves as a powerful demonstration of his influence within the kingdom's shifting power structure. He kneels before the royal presence, expressing his gratitude for the audience, while internally noting that direct negotiations with the king are the fastest path to securing both a title and territory. The monarch acknowledges his service and that of his troops, formally granting him a reward and a noble title. A sharp, mocking voice cuts through the air, questioning if he is dissatisfied, labeling him a greedy man for his ambitions. He masks his surprise with a wide grin, feigning humility while internally marveling at how easily his goals were achieved, despite expecting a much more grueling interrogation. Dismissed by the court, he is told that the official ceremony will take place in a month, and that an administrator will be dispatched to oversee the management of his new lands. The mention of an administrator leaves him pondering the implications of such oversight on his newfound autonomy. Later, he meets with his companions, who boast about their new status as nobles, though he remains wary of the preferential treatment they are receiving. The conversation turns tense as it is clarified that he holds no judicial authority over the territory, leaving him to process the limitations of his power. He listened intently as the royal administrator, Melissa Balshful, outlined the bureaucratic hurdles of his new position, detailing the complex budget plans and the limitations imposed on his authority. Frustrated by the realization that his noble title was little more than a hollow gesture, he vented his irritation, lamenting how the Rulant's kingdom had effectively sidelined his ambitions. She corrected his misconceptions, explaining that she was the daughter of the hero king and a high elf, possessing a lineage that spanned over a millennium, far beyond the scope of his human perspective. He pressed her for information regarding the land in question, questioning if any records existed for the territory that had once been under the control of the fallen Varudra. She clarified that the forest had been abandoned for 5 centuries following a dragon's rampage, leaving no trace of the original inhabitants or their lineage. He pondered the implications of this history, noting that the lack of records for the past 2 centuries suggested the land was effectively unclaimed and forgotten. She warned him that a title without true judicial power was a precarious foundation, noting that those who lacked ambition were often the easiest to manipulate. With a calculated smile, she challenged him to prove his worth as a merchant and a noble, promising to reconsider his request after a month of observation. He reflected on the reality of his situation. Without noble status or direct influence over the royal court, achieving his goals would require significant time and alternative strategies. The administrator approached him, offering a proposal that, while perhaps unconventional for her position, was intended to be a genuine path forward. Observing him as he directed the refugees and mercenaries, she noted how vibrant and alive he appeared, a stark contrast to his demeanor upon his return to his homeland. He pondered the necessity of securing territory to realize his grander plans, though he sensed that he himself might be harboring a subconscious desire for this land, even as he felt a lingering sense of loneliness. Suddenly, a boisterous voice interrupted his thoughts as a new acquaintance arrived, introducing a merchant named Liana Sebaster and emphasizing the importance of economic development and navigating the complex web of trade associations. He could only offer a wry smile, remarking that for an elf, a century was a mere blink of an eye, making his own sense of urgency seem trivial by comparison. As the conversation shifted, he wondered if his ambitions would truly find favor with the king, questioning the nature of the interest being shown in his endeavors. The administrator challenged his motives, noting that his ambition seemed to have shifted, and she remained curious about what truly drove his desire to become a noble. He listened intently as the administrator mused that while other methods existed to secure territory, they were fraught with complications. The young man remained silent, his expression unreadable as she suggested that perhaps he did not even realize his own true motivations for seeking land. She pressed him further, asking where his ambition truly originated if he claimed to have none. He was caught off guard when she suddenly shifted the topic, playfully announcing the recent birth of her 29th child. Returning to the matter at hand, she challenged him, noting that for someone like him, ambition was an inevitable byproduct of his existence. She dismissed his confusion with a simple, warm declaration. It was all for the sake of family. He took a moment to process her words, realizing that he had another month to deliberate on his path forward. As he looked out over the horizon, the fundamental question remained: why did he desire this territory in the first place? He reflects on the weight of his ambitions, pondering the true significance of acquiring territory and the legacy it holds for noble families. Turning his attention to the courtyard, he watches as the children play, their carefree energy a stark contrast to his internal turmoil. He intervenes as the children grow reckless, warning them not to use their powers so carelessly, while Aruz remains focused on his own small discovery. 3 weeks have vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving him to grapple with the unsettling speed of time. Frustration mounts as he struggles to grasp a elusive breakthrough, his mind racing to find the missing piece of the puzzle. Nearby, the children are distracted by the simple joy of food, their laughter echoing as they offer a treat to the young captive. He joins them, momentarily setting aside his burdens to share a meal, finding a strange, grounding comfort in the taste of the earth. The peace is shattered when the captive girl, pushed to her limit, snaps and demands to be released, her patience finally exhausted. She stares down the beastkin, her voice trembling with defiance as she declares that she will never acknowledge a coward like him as the next chieftain, insisting that she is the one truly worthy of the title. Her mind races, desperate to understand how she could possibly undertake the trial of the fawn. The Lion King dismisses her concerns, noting that the trial has been forbidden for decades and that being the chieftain's brother grants no special privileges, regardless of Kachu's approval. He turns away, dismissing the weaklings as he prepares to depart, leaving the others to contemplate the path ahead. As the realization of their impasse settles in, she falls silent, her expression shifting from defiance to a quiet, internal contemplation of the obstacles blocking their breakthrough. A quiet, snow-covered village sits nestled in the valley, its windmills standing as silent sentinels against the biting winter air. Kachu works the frozen earth with a shovel, his movements practiced and steady despite the harsh conditions. He pauses as a ruse questions his past, wondering if his memories have truly returned, to which he dismisses the concern with a casual shrug, noting that his familiarity with the snow proves his origins. The conversation shifts as he contemplates the nature of morality, musing aloud about how easily one could be labeled a villain depending on the perspective of those who judge. He confesses his history as a former soldier, recounting the grim necessities of war, the theft, the killing of deserters, and even the loss of his own comrades, all in the name of survival. Observing the villagers, he notes that many here carry the weight of similar dark pasts, yet they choose to strive for a better, honest life in this remote frontier. He declares that the village was founded on the principle of acceptance, a sanctuary where they all agreed to leave their past behind and build a true home together. Later, standing by the roots of a massive tree, he reflects on his decision to become a mercenary captain, a choice driven by simple, pragmatic reasons, while nearby, a young girl watches him from the shadows. He recalls the moment he proposed the deal to the guild, exchanging their service as mercenaries for their freedom. While most were hesitant, he notes that only one individual stepped forward without hesitation, fully aware of the risks involved. Questioning that choice, he wonders why anyone would willingly shoulder such a burden, especially when the responsibility for failure would fall squarely on their shoulders. He admits that he had always feared his brother, a man whose actions were driven by a relentless, singular purpose. The memory shifts to when he was only 10 years old, witnessing his brother commit a horrific massacre against a group of adventurers, an act he justified as necessary. Despite the brutality, he acknowledges that his brother possessed a unique charisma that united their people. And when he began caring for the children, he finally started to understand his brother's vision for a better future. He reflects on his own cowardice, admitting that he allowed his brother to continue down a dark path, stained by blood, because he was too afraid to intervene. Suddenly, the conversation shifts to the present, where a man with glasses reacts in shock, questioning the decision to let the fire attribute dragon escape. He calmly reassures the man, explaining that he understands the gravity of the situation, but that allowing the dragon to go free is a necessary step for now. He dismisses the gravity of the situation with a hollow laugh, leaving his companion visibly shaken and questioning if he truly intends to throw his life away. The scholar presses him, arguing that risking his life for such a cause will only lead to unnecessary casualties, and demands to know who exactly he thinks he is to make such a choice. He counters by recounting the tragedy of his homeland, where his friends and even his own daughter were slaughtered by monsters, a memory that still haunts him. The conversation shifts as he explains that the massacre was a misunderstanding born of fear, and he reveals his true ambition, a world where different species can coexist without conflict. He admits that while he lacks the martial strength to enforce this vision, he is fully prepared to stake his life on this seemingly foolish ideal. Reflecting on his age, he expresses a desire to pass his knowledge and will on to the younger generation, hoping they might carry his legacy forward. He turns his gaze toward his companion, challenging him to understand the weight of his decision by drawing a parallel to the child they are protecting. As he watches the young girl, he realizes that his actions are driven by a desperate need to protect the future, finding in her the strength to justify his sacrifice. He reflected on his past, admitting that while his brother's ideals were noble, they were fundamentally flawed in their execution. Because he realized the weight of that responsibility, he felt compelled to act when the moment demanded it. The conversation turned to his self-doubt as he confessed that he lacked the clarity to know what was truly right, feeling inadequate for the role of a leader. His companion challenged this perspective, suggesting that someone like him was perhaps better suited to find the answers to their current predicament. Suddenly, the quiet of the forest was shattered by a primal, aggressive roar that echoed through the trees. The Beast King's descendant charged forward, his eyes burning with fury as he vowed to destroy them. As the tension spiked, they realized with dawning horror that they were witnessing the legendary trial of the Fangs. The warrior explained that this was the ancient, brutal tradition used by the Lion tribe to determine their strongest leader. He roared with primal fury, accusing the intruders of stealing a cub from the Chimera's den, demanding its immediate return. Kachu stood his ground, though he internally lamented that he could not afford a confrontation while the eyes of the officials were upon him. The beast lunged with overwhelming force, his massive claws tearing through the air as he struck at his target. Caught in the violence, the beast suddenly faltered, his aggression replaced by a frantic, desperate realization as he looked upon the cub. He quickly retreated, his demeanor shifting to one of apology as he urged the others to calm their anger and return home, taking full responsibility for the misunderstanding. The Lion King stepped forward, his expression grave as he promised that such an incident would never be repeated, asking for forgiveness for the sake of his honor. He reaffirmed his commitment as the leader of the tribe, vowing to bring his people under control and restore order. Kachu accepted the gesture with a nod, acknowledging that only he could truly understand the weight of the situation, while Set watched on, silently agreeing to the resolution. He turned to his companion, inviting him to witness the upcoming proceedings as his official attendant during the award ceremony. The high-ranking official sat composed, acknowledging his arrival and declaring that she would demonstrate something only she could achieve. She then challenged him to reveal his true ambitions before the gathered assembly. He reflected deeply, defining his ambition as the unwavering resolve to risk everything for one's ideals, specifically the ideal of possessing a homeland. With a subtle smile, she returned to sentiment, noting that it was quite a bold statement for an outsider to make. The surrounding nobles murmured in confusion, questioning the nature of his claims, but she commanded them to remain silent and listen. She explained the harsh reality of the region, noting that the land was plagued by dangerous magical beasts and that development required immense resources and risk, which the local lords were ill-equipped to handle. He concluded by proposing that by actively developing these lands, they could generate mutual benefits, finally addressing the man known as Kachu. He stood before the high-ranking official, his gaze unwavering as he challenged her dismissive view of his merchant-like pragmatism, demanding she look past profit and see the true ambition burning within him. Recalling the past, he explained how his village became a sanctuary for those who had lost everything, a place where he, once a wanderer, found purpose among the displaced. Because they lacked a true homeland, he and his companions had poured their very lives into building one, driven by a fierce devotion to their people. Yet, that dream was shattered when bandits razed their home to the ground, leaving nothing but ashes where their ideal life once flourished. With a fierce intensity, he declared that he would not be denied again. He demanded his own territory to forge a new future from the ruins. He vowed to protect his people with everything he had, promising the official that this new endeavor would bring no disadvantage to her kingdom, only a chance to build something anew. He pleaded for the right to recreate the home he had lost, driven by the singular goal of ensuring a happy and secure world for his child, Aruz. The official watched him with a cold, amused smile, noting how he had skillfully shifted from cold logic to raw, emotional appeal, finding his desperation unexpectedly intriguing. She recalled how her own ancestors had united the elf clans a millennium ago to establish this very nation, noting that others had often voiced similar ambitions. Finding his resolve impressive, she declared that from this moment forward, he would bear the name Boker. He listened intently as she granted him both a noble title and the right to hold his own territory, leaving him momentarily stunned by the magnitude of the favor. With a deep bow, he expressed his profound gratitude to her, his companions cheering in the background as the weight of their new future began to settle in. The young boy beamed with excitement, shouting that his father was incredible and that everyone seemed genuinely happy for them. She confirmed his observation, noting that the people here were truly grateful for his father's actions, a sentiment that left the boy feeling deeply moved. Inspired by the outpouring of support, the boy declared his own desire to be useful to his father, eager to contribute to their shared path. In the distance, a ship sailed across the calm waters, marking the beginning of their journey toward a new horizon. He watches the horizon as the merchant Sebaster points out that Elverant is finally coming into view. Acknowledging the shift in the wind's scent, he smiles with anticipation, his mind turning toward the mysterious Kachu and the unknown encounters awaiting them in this new land. The young boy, Aruz, cheers with unbridled joy, urging his dragon companion, Bolus, to fly onward. Bolus, however, remains cautious, chiding the boy for his recklessness and warning him to keep a safe distance. They soar high above the sprawling coastal city of Pamora, within the Elvant Kingdom, in the second month of the year 1017. Aruz reflects on the 3 years and 7 months he has spent raising the dragon, feeling a surge of excitement as they finally arrive at their destination. Days earlier, at the Kachu residence in the Boker territory, the dragon mused on the strange turns of fate that brought them together. Kachu explains their current situation, noting that they have transitioned from being treated as weapons of war to working as servants in a noble household. She shares her gratitude, recounting how Elsa provided her mother with work and supported her own dream of becoming a scholar. Bolus listens intently, acknowledging that while Kachu is a formidable fighter, Elsa is someone truly to be feared when angered. He arrives at the residence, calling out to Yura as his dragon companion looks on. The young boy expresses his eagerness to help, only to be crestfallen when told there is no work left to be done. He insists on being useful, but Yura gently explains that the tasks are too complex for him, leaving the dragon to pout in agreement. Pondering their options, they consider if there is any simple task a child could manage by observing the adults. A mischievous idea forms as she suggests they sneak off to explore a proposal that lights up his face with excitement. The destination is the town of Eiffel, where the Lord's castle stands, far from the quiet home of Kachu's family. Because the journey is long, she uses a special key entrusted to her by Kachu to bypass the distance. They emerge instantly at the gates of the ancient city of Eiffel, marveling at the magic that brought them there. He stands before the imposing stone walls of the ancient city, the destination finally reached. Turning his attention to the documents, he notes that the Pamora intelligence unit successfully exposed the trade routes utilized by the Varudra faction. He discovers evidence of a military clash between the Ural Kingdom and the demon race, a conflict he was previously unaware of. Reflecting on the history, he recalls that the Ural Kingdom was the homeland of his master, confirming the significance of these records. His eyes widen as he finds further intelligence, including market research and activity logs belonging to the Sebaster Merchant Guild. She presents the files, noting that while some data is 10 days old, other records date back 3 or 4 years, providing a comprehensive timeline of events. A grim realization crosses his face, leading him to mutter a warning about the ruthless nature of Sebaster's schemes. He concludes that this information is a massive acquisition, setting the stage for their next move. He watched as the young girl insisted on handling the errand herself, her eyes bright with determination as she volunteered for the task. With a dragon soaring overhead, she set off toward her destination, receiving final, cautious instructions to avoid strangers along the way. As she departed, the young boy was gently nudged aside, his attention momentarily diverted by a playful gesture. He declared the commencement of his protective mission with theatrical flair, much to the annoyance of those tasked with keeping him grounded. The journey led them to the imposing gates of Pamora, a bustling port town where their path forward awaited. Upon arrival, she approached a local merchant, announcing her presence and the purpose of her visit with youthful enthusiasm. After the brief exchange, she turned to leave, receiving a final word of caution from the man as she ventured further into the town. In the shadows, the merchant finalized a clandestine transaction, warning his associate to maintain a low profile to avoid drawing unwanted attention. He checked his list, noting that the entry into the city was successful and the next objective, shopping at the market, was now underway. The merchant, charmed by the young child's demeanor, offered a generous discount and even threw in extra goods as a gift. She marveled at the unexpected kindness, while the merchant praised the child's intelligence and insisted on giving the items away for free. They were stunned by the sheer scale of the generosity, realizing the value of the gifts far exceeded the standard price. He reflected on the child's precocious intellect, noting that even at 10 years old, the boy possessed a wisdom that surpassed many adults. The focus shifted to the next task, investigating the Sebaster firm and their involvement in slave trading. She questioned the connection, and he confirmed his suspicions, suggesting that the pieces of the puzzle were finally aligning. By synthesizing the records of the Sebaster firm with the recent turmoil in the Ural Kingdom, a clearer, more dangerous possibility began to emerge. He stood firm, his gaze fixed on the horizon, contemplating the great individual who met his specific criteria and might be hidden within Pamora as a slave. Beside him, she mused on the gravity of their mission, noting that confirming the target's existence was a task fit for an adult, while he playfully dismissed the danger involved. She insisted that he was being too lenient with a ruse, reminding him of their heated discussion days prior and arguing that the child was not yet ready for such burdens. A moment of quiet reflection followed, as he pondered the stark differences in values between his original world and this one, feeling the weight of those cultural divides. They observed the surroundings, concluding that Aruse's own strength was sufficient to handle the local instability, and that experiencing the harsh realities of society firsthand would be a necessary lesson. He agreed, emphasizing that they must respect the child's desire to act independently, even if it meant intervening when the situation turned truly dire. The small figure approached the entrance of the Sebaster firm's Pamora branch, calling out a polite greeting to those inside. Stepping inside, the child cheerfully announced the intent to purchase a slave, leaving the shopkeeper stunned by the sight of such a young customer appearing entirely alone. He is greeted by Liana Sebaster, the branch manager, who remarks on how much he has grown since their last meeting. Ignoring the pleasantries, he gets straight to the point, declaring his intention to purchase a strong slave. Liana explains that the master of the house is currently at the main branch in Rulance, leaving him frustrated as he had expected to find him here. Undeterred, he insists on finding someone known as Gaius, claiming that he is the strong individual he is looking for. The staff member, visibly nervous, complies with his request and heads off to retrieve the man. He confirms his suspicions, noting that he has heard of Gaius before, a famous former S-rank adventurer from the Dragon King Kingdom. The man in question emerges, an imposing figure known as the Giant Killer, his massive frame casting a shadow over the room. He stares up in awe at the sheer size of the warrior, while the shop staff whispers in shock that such a prized individual has been brought out of hiding. He listens intently as the explanation unfolds. S-rank is not merely a measure of raw strength, but a standard for those capable of handling the most perilous missions with ease. The explanation continues, emphasizing that Gaius possesses the overwhelming power to suppress even a threat-level S monster, making him an invaluable asset. Beyond his combat prowess, his vast experience and character make him the exact type of individual they seek to recruit. He observes the legendary warrior, noting the blindfold covering his eyes and the mysterious markings, wondering if this is the reason he has been reduced to a slave. The warrior speaks, his voice gravelly as he admits that a curse from the demon emperor has robbed him of his sight, leaving him unable to perceive anything. He remains undeterred, insisting that he can see the truth of the man before him, even as the warrior warns that he no longer holds the value of a true soldier. The warrior questions if he is being lied to, but the boy simply maintains his conviction, claiming he can see past the surface. Without warning, the warrior lashes out with a strike, only for the boy to dodge it effortlessly, proving his claim and earning a smirk of approval from the veteran. He stepped into the room, his presence heavy and imposing, immediately drawing the attention of the young boy who stood ready to face him. Seeing the tension escalate, Elsa and Kachu cried out in alarm, desperate to intervene before the confrontation turned violent. The veteran warrior laughed heartily, his voice booming as he praised the boy's raw talent and audacity, eager to see what the youth could truly do. Without hesitation, the boy unleashed a crackling bolt of lightning, a concentrated blast of energy aimed directly at his opponent. The veteran recognized the attack for what it was, a simple lightning strike, and prepared to meet it with his own barehanded technique. With a swift, precise motion, he executed a strike that tore through the very air, shattering the incoming electrical discharge. Elsa and Kachu watched in utter disbelief, their eyes wide as they witnessed the impossible feat of lightning being physically sliced apart. The boy observed the aftermath, realizing that the veteran had not used magic, but had instead manipulated the air currents to divert the lightning's path, a display of skill that left him stunned. He realized the truth. The veteran was not merely blocking his lightning, but manipulating the very air to guide the discharge away, a feat that transcended simple magic. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in momentum, he stumbled backward as the ground beneath him cracked under the sheer force of the exchange. The boy lunged forward, his fists clenched in a desperate attempt to regain the initiative, but his opponent remained an immovable wall. As he launched another strike, the veteran effortlessly parried, causing the boy to lose his balance and tumble, while his companions watched in stunned silence. The seasoned warrior stood tall, his expression unreadable as he looked down at the fallen youth, his presence radiating a calm, overwhelming authority. He sighed, offering a brief apology for his lack of restraint, acknowledging that his strength had been too much for the boy to handle in their first bout. Despite the defeat, a wide, exhilarated grin spread across the boy's face, his eyes burning with newfound excitement at the sheer level of power he had just witnessed. The veteran contemplated his next move, recognizing the boy's potential as a recruit for his mercenary group, provided he could be taught to fight with more discipline. He listens as the boy earnestly requests to become his friend, the intensity of the child's gaze meeting his own scarred features. Laughing heartily at the unexpected proposal, he asks the boy for his name, to which the child proudly declares himself to be a ruse. The veteran notes the coincidence of the name, remarking that it is a good omen to share a name with a hero of the past. A philosophical reflection takes hold. Just as a butterfly's wings can stir a storm across the sea, the smallest actions of an unknown individual can ripple outward to shape destiny. He finds himself convinced that this meeting was no mere chance, affirming with a smile that they are indeed friends. Extending a hand, he formally accepts the bond, welcoming the boy into his circle. As their hands clasp, he realizes that the small choice made in this moment is the catalyst for a much greater destiny unfolding before them. Deep within the mountains near the Valkley range, the underbrush rustles as a scouting party advances. They track two venom wolves through the 8th area, confirming their presence in the wild. Leone, the scout captain, confirms the sighting and reports that they are moving toward the southeast. Gallon, the vanguard captain, orders his team to prioritize securing the route, noting that the archers are not yet prepared to engage both beasts simultaneously. Meanwhile, the rear guard reports a sudden anomaly. The venom wolves have been killed, their glands harvested. Gallon, the second vanguard captain, boasts of his easy victory, dismissing the confusion of his peers. Grimus, the mercenary leader, sternly commands Gallon to exercise caution, noting that the presence of poison makes confirming kills difficult, and orders the main force to advance toward the center of the mountain. He explains the nature of the venom wolves. During their breeding season, they contaminate water sources to weaken their prey, making it imperative to hunt them down before they threaten nearby settlements. They realize they have been spotted, as a distant howl pierces the air, signaling that the pack is aware of their presence. The group reacts with frustration. A comrade admits his mistake in failing to finish off a wolf earlier, which has now returned to haunt them. Leone assesses the dire situation, noting that the conditions are rapidly deteriorating as the environment turns against them. Grimus warns his team to hold their breath, identifying the encroaching mist as a lethal poison cloud being carried by the wind. Visibility drops to nothing, and they observe with grim realization that the wind, once their ally, has shifted to serve the wolves. A subordinate suggests an immediate retreat, but he insists on waiting, hoping for the toxic mist to dissipate so they can continue. Turning to his companion, he challenges her, asking if she is capable of handling the task ahead despite the mounting danger. He accepted the challenge with a confident grin, assuring his companions that he would meet their expectations as they prepared for the coming struggle. With a sudden burst of energy, he slammed his hands into the ground, channeling his power to sense the surrounding threats. The sudden, eerie howling shattered the silence, leaving the group startled and questioning the source of the noise. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the direction of the beasts, signaling that the wolves were manipulating the air currents to their advantage. He quickly pinpointed the location of two more enemies, his focus sharpening as he calculated their exact position. Turning his attention to the north, he identified another threat lurking in the brush, tracking its distance with cold precision. He took command of the situation, declaring that he would lead the tactical maneuver to corner the beasts in their own den. With clear authority, he issued orders to his squads, directing them to flank the wolves and drive them into the trap. He directed his forces to spread out across the center, establishing a wide perimeter to ensure the wolves had no path for escape. The mercenary leader commanded his subordinates to remain focused. If any beasts slipped past, they were to be hunted down immediately, while the main group pinpointed the den. Leone signaled the discovery of the lair, noting that the creatures were hunkered down inside, refusing to emerge. Recognizing that a direct assault into the cave would be disadvantageous, the team debated their next move, ultimately deciding to surround the entrance and force the wolves out with smoke. A massive figure stepped forward, slamming his weapon into the ground to signal the start of the operation, declaring his intent to finish the job himself. The sheer force of his impact sent tremors through the earth, leaving the onlookers stunned by the sudden display of raw power. He introduced himself as Gaius, a former S-rank adventurer now appointed as the sword instructor for the Windwolf mercenaries, ready to prove his worth. With the introductions complete, the training grounds at the poker territory became the stage for the new regiment to begin. He lunged forward, his blade clashing against a training partner's weapon with a sharp, metallic ring that echoed across the training grounds. With a swift, practiced motion, he pivoted, forcing his opponent to retreat as the training session intensified. The sparring partner collapsed, breathless, while he stood over him, offering a critique on the man's rough but promising technique. Nearby, the young Aruz watched the display with wide, curious eyes, asking if anyone understood what had just transpired, though the others could only laugh at his confusion. He instructed the group to observe the training closely, emphasizing that watching a master at work was a lesson in itself. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded regarding the recent arrival of the former adventurer, with the group discussing the need to keep his presence discreet from Aruz. The discussion shifted to the infant's well-being, confirming that Aruz was safely resting in a separate room, away from the commotion. He concluded the meeting by noting that while the formal contract was settled, he felt a personal sense of relief in having secured such capable allies. He turned his attention to the matter of the contract, confirming that the target was indeed blind before noting how the surrounding atmosphere felt like a flowing current. Turning to his companions, he proposed a test, asking them to share their impressions of the three individuals standing before them. He instructed Elsa to walk forward, observing her movements with a critical eye. He meticulously analyzed the woman's physical traits, noting her age, the subtle shifts in the air around her, and the way her center of gravity shifted as she moved. Laughing at the results, he remarked on the man's unremarkable magical power and stature, questioning how such an ordinary person could possibly be the father of such an extraordinary child. He then finalized the agreement, initiating the blood pact of the slave seal with his new master, Gaius. The seal hissed as it took hold, marking the completion of the binding ritual. A monstrous, predatory gaze loomed over him, watching the scene unfold from the shadows. He felt a sudden, chilling sensation crawl up his spine, his eyes narrowing as he sensed an unseen presence. Noticing his distraction, the young boy asked what was wrong, but he quickly dismissed the concern, claiming it was nothing of importance. The others departed, leaving him behind with a final request to give his all, placing their expectations squarely upon his shoulders. He continued the grueling recruitment process, calling out the next candidate while reflecting on the boy's extraordinary nature, noting that Aruz was far from an ordinary child, possessing a presence that mirrored a demon lord. A dark laugh escaped him as he realized that by aligning with this boy, he might finally find a path to approach the demon lord himself. He turned his focus back to the training, demanding that the boy prove his worth and build a foundation of trust between them. As the training concluded, a woman approached him, reminding him that it was time for the scheduled meeting. He took his place at the head of the table, signaling the start of the 10th regular report meeting with his gathered subordinates. He stood before his subordinates, his expression sharp and expectant as he commanded them to provide their progress reports on their assigned tasks. Exhausted, the trainees collapsed onto the ground, their bodies aching and spirits dampened by the relentless intensity of the training session. He called for a halt, acknowledging the grueling nature of the drills while signaling for a much-needed break. The group gathered, discussing their plans to visit a local eatery, eager to find a place that served a meal worthy of their efforts. As they arrived, they were greeted warmly by the proprietor, who had heard rumors of the night's recent accomplishments. He accepted the praise with a modest laugh, crediting his role as their instructor for the group's newfound strength and stamina. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as a group of knights entered the establishment, their presence causing an immediate, tense reaction among the patrons. He remained composed, addressing the newcomers with a calm demeanor, though he acknowledged that their arrival complicated the situation significantly. He listened intently as the head of the agricultural department reported a surge in complaints from farmers regarding the recent pest control measures. The head of the construction department chimed in, noting that his own requests for essential tools had been delayed for 3 days, despite the urgency of their work in the forest. He acknowledged the logistical failures, pointing out that the lack of coordination during transport was the root cause of these mounting frustrations. The head of the Civil Affairs Department suggested creating a comprehensive manual to standardize procedures, though he remained skeptical, noting the deep-seated friction between the former guild members and the local residents. He proposed a stern ultimatum. Those who had committed offenses must either face punishment or contribute their labor to the kingdom's military strength. The discussion shifted to the knights and transport workers, noting that while many were working hard to reform, the lingering fear of retribution kept tensions high. He paused, reflecting on the reality that even with their best efforts, earning the trust of the people would be a long and arduous process. Deep in thought, he concluded that the current state of affairs was simply not good enough, signaling a need for a more decisive approach. He listened as the young girl questioned the logic of their approach, suggesting that perhaps the former guild members were simply struggling to adapt to being seen as good people. He acknowledged the validity of her point, though the weight of the situation remained heavy. Suddenly, the large man slammed his fist onto the table, declaring that he had reached a decision and would go speak to their master immediately, ignoring the protests of those still in the middle of the meeting. The room fell into a tense silence as the group watched him storm out, leaving the others to grapple with the sudden disruption of their proceedings. Back at the table, the discussion shifted to the deeper complexities of the issue, noting that while the sentiment was understood, the practical implications for the children's education were far more severe and difficult to manage. One of the administrators emphasized that the former guild members genuinely found purpose in their current work, and that this sense of fulfillment was exactly what they needed to foster. The elder merchant sighed, noting that such deep-seated changes could not be achieved overnight, while the others continued their debate, oblivious to the growing frustration in the room. The large man burst back into the room with renewed vigor, shouting that he had decided they should hold a festival to bridge the divide. He stared at the group in utter disbelief, his expression hardening as he processed the absurdity of the suggestion amidst their serious administrative crisis. He watches as the festival grounds erupt in vibrant activity, the air thick with the sounds of celebration and the laughter of children. Amidst the revelry, locals and newcomers share stories over local spirits, bridging the gap between their disparate backgrounds with humor and shared traditions. The former adventurer finds himself impressed by the quality of the food, his hearty appetite matched by the genuine delight of those dining alongside him. She leans in, her curiosity piqued by his demeanor, and asks him to share more of his experiences with her. The young man observes the gathering with a satisfied smile, noting that sharing food and drink is the perfect way to foster mutual understanding. He stands tall, surveying the harmonious scene where former rivals and locals now stand together in peace. His gaze shifts, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features as he processes the success of the event. The young man turns his attention back to the festivities, beckoning others to join in the joy as the night continues. He stood amidst the crowd, his reputation as the giant killer finally catching up to him as onlookers whispered in disbelief at his true identity. The atmosphere remained festive, yet the conversation shifted toward his past, questioning why such a formidable adventurer would choose to walk away from his life of glory. They pressed him for answers, wondering if the rumors of a demon curse affecting his eyes were the true reason for his sudden retirement. He dismissed the notion with a laugh, explaining that his strength was never tied to his eyes, and that his departure was simply a matter of moving on from the battlefield. The mention of the curse lingered in the air, causing him to reflect silently on the mark he bore, a reminder of a past he rarely spoke of. Kachu watched him closely, sensing the weight of the unspoken truth behind the warrior's calm facade. Deciding it was time to be candid, he signaled for a change of venue, ready to finally reveal the history etched into his eyes and the nature of the curse he carried. The Nagaraja fortress stands under siege, smoke billowing from its walls as the year 1011 of the holy calendar marks a brutal conflict. Within the fray, the Titan General Gaguma looms over the battlefield, his massive frame casting a shadow of dread over the defenders. He bellows with laughter, mocking the humans for their futile resistance, his presence radiating an S-rank threat level. The giant swings his heavy club, urging his forces forward while the human soldiers struggle to hold their ground against the overwhelming onslaught. Chaos erupts as the Titan's strikes shatter the defenses, sending debris and broken bodies flying through the air. Amidst the carnage, a commander turns to Gaius, entrusting him with the leadership of the counter-operation, declaring that his strength is essential for survival. He rallies his companions, shouting for them to advance, as they prepare to confront the Titan head-on. With a surge of magical reinforcement, he lunges forward, his weapon cutting through the air to strike at the giant's defenses. He unleashed a devastating strike, forcing the Titan general to recoil in shock as the battlefield erupted in a cacophony of roars. With the enemy reeling, his allies urged him forward, shouting for him to seize the moment and finish the fight. The Titan's limbs were severed in a spray of blood, his agonizing screams echoing across the fortress as he collapsed. As the dust settled, the surrounding forces erupted in cheers, witnessing the monumental victory he had secured. His companion approached, acknowledging that this feat had finally cemented his status as an S-rank adventurer. They clasped hands firmly, a silent testament to the bond forged in the heat of battle. He entrusted his back to his apprentice, who accepted the responsibility with unwavering resolve, calling him master. Standing before a row of graves, he looked out over the horizon, honoring the fallen as the journey continued. He stood before the modest headstone, noting that for a man who loved the spotlight, the final resting place of his brother was surprisingly understated. Emily, visibly distressed, pleaded with him to reconsider his departure, her voice trembling with the weight of the moment. He turned to her, his expression grim as he explained that his vision was failing, reduced to mere outlines, and that his reputation as a cursed man meant no one would dare offer him support or work. Tears streaming down her face, she refused to accept his resignation, insisting that she would find a way to break the curse and support him, desperate not to be a burden. He gently countered her resolve, reminding her that he was no longer the top-tier adventurer he once was, and that the world had far greater need of her talents than his. She desperately argued that there were still those who needed him, but he remained firm, insisting that he was a different man now. The narrative shifts back 3.5 years, to the castle of the Lord of Eiffel in the Valkyr territory. A catastrophic, unexplained explosion rocked the western region of the Ural Kingdom, resulting in the total disappearance of a Holy Knight unit. He explains that the kingdom, taking the threat of the demons seriously, had dispatched an army. It was during this investigation into the demon threat that he was recruited, ultimately contracting the curse. The fear of the curse runs deep among the people, he notes, with rumors of infection and demon summoning spreading like wildfire. For him, the curse is simply an unavoidable reality of his past. He admits that half a year ago, he had no choice but to leave his party, unable to continue his life as an adventurer. As he speaks, he reflects on the irony that his condition is tied to dark magic, a realization that weighs heavily on him. He recounts his humble origins in a poor farming family with 5 siblings, explaining that he had relied on Sebaster for financial support, eventually becoming a debt slave to fulfill his obligations. He reveals that he sought out his master specifically to find someone capable of tracking the demon who cursed him, hoping to leverage his master's connections. The conversation shifts as they prepare to depart, the ships waiting at the harbor to carry them toward their next destination. He turns his attention to Sebaster, questioning if the man named Kachu truly possesses the leads necessary to track down the demon responsible for his affliction. He listens intently as the merchant explains that Kachu is the employer of a Lion King mercenary guild, which operates out of Elven. The merchant notes that while the guild had ties to the Ural Kingdom's weapon exports, their connection to the demon race remains unconfirmed, making them a lead worth investigating. He considers the merchant's assessment, acknowledging that this individual represents the greatest uncertainty and perhaps the greatest hope for his future. A sudden, boisterous laugh erupts from him as he realizes the irony of his situation. Despite being cornered, he finds the challenge exhilarating. He admits that his own intuition was lacking, but he remains determined to find another path forward. The search for a new lead continues, leaving him to ponder his next move in the quiet of the surroundings. He grins with sharp, predatory teeth, realizing he's been played like a fish on a hook, yet he seems ready to bite back. Turning his attention to the girl, he asks why her father was in that specific location, seeking to uncover the truth behind their presence. He listens intently as the details of the Ural Kingdom's victory are laid out, noting how the aftermath left many adventurers without work. The map highlights the geopolitical shifts, explaining that the lack of spoils from the demon territories forced a massive influx of desperate men toward the ports. He considers the plight of those burdened by debt, realizing that the northern routes are closed to them, leaving only the southern path as a viable, albeit dangerous, option. A sudden, sharp realization strikes him, his expression hardening as he connects the dots regarding the Sebaster firm's suspicious movements. Tracing the path on the map, he notes the discrepancy. While official records place the ships in Rulance, they were actually spotted entering Elver. He scrutinizes the documents, pointing out that Sebaster's presence at the headquarters contradicts the evidence of his secret travels. The pieces fall into place as he recalls the large man who accompanied Sebaster, matching the description of a high-ranking adventurer who vanished 3 years ago. He confronts his companion with the deduction, and the man confirms his suspicions, praising his sharp insight into the hidden agenda. He leaned back, his expression sharpening as he noted that while the Dark Guild had indeed been home to a masked man, the trail had gone cold. Despite this setback, he admitted he lacked specific intelligence on the demon race, though he possessed other means. He revealed his capability to cast a forced summoning curse, a dark art that could bind them to his will. The sudden realization of his power left his companions visibly stunned. One of them stammered, questioning the wisdom of concealing such a dangerous ability, but he dismissed the concern, noting it was merely a tool for his own ends. He smirked, explaining that this secret served his interests perfectly, leaving the others to ponder his true motives. His companion, visibly unsettled, asked who he truly was, struck by his uncanny ability to identify the nature of the curse. He ignored the question, focusing instead on the task at hand. He intended to confront the demons directly, as they were his sworn enemies. He watched from the periphery as the Ural campaign of 1015 reached a fever pitch, the kingdom's forces surging forward with the scent of victory heavy in the air. Amidst the clamor, Gaius commanded his allies to hold their ground and shift to a support formation, his voice cutting through the chaos as he urged them to advance. With a primal roar, he plunged into the fray, his blade carving through the demonic ranks in a display of raw, unbridled power. Sweat dripping from his brow, he stood over the fallen demon commander, the weight of the victory settling in as his companions rallied around him. The tide of battle shifted irrevocably as the Holy Knights arrived on the field, their disciplined ranks signaling the final collapse of the enemy's resistance. He observed the demons breaking ranks and fleeing in terror, his eyes narrowing as he shouted for his allies to pursue the retreating forces. Before he could charge, a comrade grabbed his arm, warning him sternly against the dangers of overextending their reach into enemy territory. He froze, his expression shifting from battle lust to sudden, sharp alarm as an unexpected presence made itself known. He stands amidst the aftermath, his arm marked by a glowing, intricate seal as he grapples with the heavy weight of his recent actions. Reflecting on the past, he recalls how Walder had shielded him from a lethal curse, a sacrifice that allowed him to survive while a great hero was lost to the world. He feels the crushing burden of that loss, knowing it is his duty to carry on the responsibility left behind. The young traveler watches him intently, offering a solution, a force summoning to bridge the gap between them. With a sharp, predatory gaze, the traveler asserts his dominance, declaring that he alone will be the one to slay the demons, and he will not allow the warrior to fight them any longer. Stunned, the warrior questions why, only to be told bluntly that he is currently too weak to defeat the demon race, his own magical reserves nearly depleted. The traveler explains the fundamental nature of their world. Magic is an energy inherent in all living things, a latent power that can be harnessed and refined through rigorous training. He continues, illustrating that if the body is the engine, then the spirit is the fuel. When the spirit is exhausted, the ability to generate magic vanishes entirely. It becomes clear to the observer that Walder's death was the catalyst for this spiritual depletion, leaving the warrior unable to manifest the energy required for battle. He listens as the young girl recounts the legend of the giant killer, marveling at how he once blew away a poisonous beast with a single strike. The traveler acknowledges the feat with a smirk, noting that such power is indeed extraordinary. He continues, explaining that without magical infusion, even the strongest warrior cannot easily fell a demon. The veteran stares in shock as the traveler delivers a grim prognosis. His internal magic is fading, and he has only 2 weeks left to live. He scoffs at the suggestion of using magic, warning that doing so would only accelerate the curse and lead to certain death. The warrior bellows with resolve, insisting that he must be the one to avenge his mentor, regardless of the cost to his own life. She pleads with the traveler to save her father, her eyes welling with tears as she refuses to accept his fate. The traveler watches as the man accepts his grim path, his expression hardening as he acknowledges the warrior's stubborn resolve. He stood ready as his companion assessed his magical affinity, confirming it was ice-based and noting the immediate need for protective gear against the cold. Suddenly, the air shattered with the violence of a territorial clash between 2 massive, winged beasts. They watched in stunned silence as the creatures tore through the frozen landscape, their immense power dwarfing the surroundings. Bewildered by the sudden displacement, he demanded to know their location, only to realize they had been transported deep into the mountains of the northern continent. His companion identified the combatants as ice dragons, questioning the reality of the legendary beasts and the sheer scale of the destruction unfolding before them. Because of the sudden teleportation, he admitted his initial skepticism regarding his companion's magical prowess had vanished, replaced by a begrudging acceptance of their situation. The conflict intensified as one dragon plummeted, crashing into the icy terrain, signaling that the battle was far from over. He braced himself as the surviving beast turned its gaze toward them, the weight of its presence pressing down on the frozen ground. He watched in stunned silence as the colossal ice dragon collapsed, its massive form crashing into the frozen earth with a thunderous impact that shook the very mountains. Turning his gaze toward his companion, he sighed, marveling at the sheer scale of the monsters that existed in this vast, unforgiving world. The younger man pressed for answers, demanding to know his purpose in this desolate place, prompting a calm, calculated explanation in return. He began to detail the mechanics of power, noting that while a healthy spirit is vital for channeling magic, a flawed vessel requires a more drastic, mechanical approach to enhancement. The explanation continued. By bathing the body in the raw, overwhelming magical energy of an elemental dragon, one could forcibly reconstruct their physical form to compensate for a fragile mind. With a predatory grin, he dismissed the younger man's concerns about survival, declaring that the true, high-difficulty trial was only just beginning. The warrior Gaius examines a high-quality blade, marveling at its craftsmanship. He muses that a first-rate adventurer should wield a first-rate weapon. Even as he wipes blood from his own brow, his expression grim. He tells his companions to head on ahead, his voice heavy with the weight of his past. Gazing at his sheathed sword, he reflects on the promise he made, acknowledging that he has not drawn this blade since that fateful day. Nearby, Aruz revels in the snowy landscape, shouting with pure, unadulterated joy at the vast, frozen world before him. Elsa laughs, noting how he is acting like a child in his first snow, while reminding him to maintain the composure expected of a noble. She continues to tease him about his lack of tension, while Gaius watches them from a distance, his stoic demeanor contrasting with their light-hearted play. Gaius calls out to them, suggesting they focus on the task at hand and move toward their destination. He holds up a scale, explaining that they are in the habitat of an ice dragon and should search for its remains, as its fangs and bones are valuable materials. He listened intently as the young traveler laid out the terms. His primary task was to gather 5 ice dragon scales, a job the youth dismissed as the absolute minimum requirement. The youth explained that these materials were essential for forging equipment capable of harmonizing with magical properties, effectively forcing his body to generate greater power. He learned that creatures like the ice dragon possessed bodies fundamentally different from humans, allowing them to fuse magic at a cellular level and generate energy without relying on spirit. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he realized that by altering his own physical state to match these creatures, he was stepping closer to his ultimate goal. The traveler warned him that this path would demand immense resolve and bring significant suffering until he finally achieved his vengeance. With a 5-day deadline set by the hourglass, he was instructed to use the teleportation circle and the provided magical seeds to establish a connection point, accepting the challenge without hesitation. The journey began in earnest as he ventured into the harsh, frozen landscape, his silhouette small against the vast, unforgiving mountains. Accompanied by his companions, he pressed forward through the snow, the weight of his mission and the cold air pressing in on them. He traverses the desolate, frozen expanse, his silhouette small against the vast, biting cold of the tundra. Observing from a distance, his companions wonder at his intent as he hammers a stake into the ice, securing a rope to descend into the deep crevasse. They recognize the location. It is the site where an ice dragon once fell in battle, its remains hidden within the depths. As he rappels down the sheer cliff face, his companions speculate that he is certain of finding the dragon's bones at the bottom. Reaching the cavern floor, he pauses, his eyes narrowing as he finally spots the massive, frozen carcass. The remains of the beast loom before him, encased in ice and time, a silent monument to a forgotten struggle. He approaches the creature, a dark chuckle escaping him as he realizes the scale of the task, to claim the essence of a dying god. Attempting to extract a scale, he finds it immovable, the dragon's hide resisting his efforts with unnatural strength. He stood before the dragon's remains, his brow furrowed as he questioned if the fear of death was what kept the scales so firmly rooted in place. A boisterous laugh echoed through the cavern as he admitted his mistake, clarifying that he had no intention of fighting and was simply preparing to return to the surface. He pointed toward the ventilation shaft, advising the younger man to use it to ascend, while warning him to be wary of the young dragon that claimed the area as its territory. With a sudden shift in fortune, he marveled at the sight of the harvested scales, his voice filled with genuine awe at the sheer quantity collected. He noted that they had managed to gather nearly 2 large piles in just half a day, a feat that left him visibly impressed. Chuckling, he remarked that the recent territorial dispute between dragons had made the harvest easier, though he cautioned that the real challenges were still ahead. He decided to remain behind, noting the extreme cold, while confirming that he would set up a teleportation point for the others to return safely. As the group prepared to depart, they offered him words of encouragement, urging him to rest well once his task was complete. He stood alone amidst the biting frost, steeling his resolve to begin the arduous task ahead. With methodical precision, he surveyed the frozen landscape, his eyes scanning the jagged ice for any sign of the hidden path. A sudden surge of potent magical energy caught his attention, drawing him toward a specific point beneath the thick, translucent ice. He peered down, realizing with a jolt that the massive, skeletal remains of an ice dragon lay entombed within the frozen depths. The faint, rhythmic sound of rushing water vibrated through the ice, confirming his suspicion of a vast, hidden cavern and river flowing far beneath his feet. He weighed the risks, knowing that shattering the ice could trigger a collapse or draw unwanted attention from the dragon's kin. Yet the temptation of the remains proved difficult to ignore. Elsewhere, his companions discussed the philosophy of their trade, with one adventurer lightheartedly lecturing the others on the necessity of avoiding even the smallest, unnecessary dangers. He remained the focus of their thoughts, as they acknowledged that while he possessed the skill and luck to survive, his current solitary endeavor was a testament to his unique path. He stood among his companions, reflecting on the harsh reality that even an S-rank adventurer is rendered powerless when isolated, lacking the swordsmanship, wisdom, healing, and magical support that a team provides. Turning his attention to the task at hand, he examined the meager findings. A few scales and feathers, barely a third of the size he had hoped for, suggesting the area had been picked clean. Though he had scoured the frozen landscape, the ancient materials remained buried deep beneath the ice and snow, leaving no trace for him to follow. He paused, his gaze fixed on the frozen ground, realizing that the path forward was far more arduous than he had initially anticipated. Surveying the terrain, he noted a cluster of large beasts huddled together in a den, their presence a stark reminder of the unforgiving nature of this wilderness. As the biting wind howled around him, he caught sight of the creatures, their massive forms shivering against the relentless cold. The storm intensified, the gale-force winds tearing across the tundra with a deafening roar. He stood before the remains of the beast, satisfied that he had finally secured a worthy prize to bring back from his journey. He tends to the fire, the meat sizzling as the storm rages outside. With a casual gesture, he offers a portion of the meal to the creature, telling it to eat as they wait for the blizzard to subside. He explains that he communicates through magical intent, noting that while he once met a fire dragon child, they could not speak. He remarks that the younger generation has forgotten the old ways of speech. He pauses, staring at the meat, and wonders aloud how many years he has truly been alive, admitting that he has long since lost count. Reflecting on the curse, he muses that it was an imperfect tool meant to slay the fire dragon. Yet he questions why it persists when the world has long been liberated from the demon race. He settles in, preparing for a long wait, and decides that the story of his past will serve as a good way to pass the time. The fourth day of the search continues, marked by his boisterous laughter echoing against the howling wind. He snaps at his companion, demanding silence and insisting he has not lost his mind, even as he recounts how the reflection in the ice once mocked him, causing him to blow a mountain away in his frustration. He acknowledges the creature's request, noting that he was only 17 when the events he is about to recount took place. The memory takes him back to a harsh year of famine, where crops failed and livestock perished, leaving his village in desperate straits. Hungry children clamored for food, their voices filled with the exhaustion of those who had been working without sustenance. He recalls the sight of them, laughing off their hunger with a wry smile, masking the pain of their circumstances. The taste of those bitter tears remains vivid, a reminder of the time he begged his father to find him any work to help his family survive. He eventually secured a grueling job, crushing iron or to be mixed in a feed for the wyverns ridden by the kingdom's knights. The labor was dangerous, and he recounts how they were once ambushed by a wild wyvern while performing their duties. It was Walder who intervened, saving him from the beast's lethal assault. He reflected on his past, acknowledging that the debt he owed was far too immense to ever truly repay. Turning his gaze toward the horizon, he vowed to hunt down his enemy, even if it cost him his life. He recalled the second night, when he discovered a massive cache of bones beneath the glacier. It was a perilous gamble, but he had to break the ice to reach them. The journey was brutal, as those without magic would surely perish in the blizzard. Yet he knew that reaching the site and securing the materials was the only way to succeed. He scoffed at the suggestion of his own demise, dismissing the concern with a cold, singular focus on his mission. Standing before the frozen expanse, he remained undeterred by the threat of death, pressing forward with grim determination. Far from the frozen wastes, the grand architecture of the kingdom stood silent and imposing. Inside, a young elf, questioned the meaning of his resolve, only to be told that his willingness to die was the very essence of his quest for vengeance. She stood in the quiet room, her mind racing as she processed the grim reality. Gaius had known all along that his companions would perish, yet he chose to prioritize his vengeance above their lives. The weight of his choices pressed upon her, and she realized that he had traveled across the sea, becoming a slave, all to reach his master and fulfill his dark purpose. With time running out, she resolved to witness the outcome of his reckless path herself. Deep in thought, she reflected on the cold logic of his actions, wondering if he truly believed that his sacrifice was worth the cost of those he left behind. He, meanwhile, remained fixated on his singular goal, his expression hardening as he acknowledged that he had prioritized his own death over everything else. The beast-like figure challenged his resolve, questioning if his hatred was truly directed at the demon race or if it was merely a reflection of his own inner turmoil. Nearby, a mage practiced her craft, capturing images through magical means, seemingly indifferent to the heavy atmosphere surrounding the others. A warrior stood tall, his massive axe resting against his shoulder, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he prepared for the inevitable conflict. As they arrived in the city of Valda, the tension was palpable. They were not here for leisure, but for the dangerous business of adventurers. He stands amidst his companions, his voice booming as he challenges the very notion of their path, declaring that true freedom is found only in the shared struggle of the adventurer's life. Yet, beneath that bravado, he harbors a hollow ache, admitting that he possesses no personal dreams of his own. The weight of his confession deepens as he gazes upon the grave of Valda, acknowledging that he is the one who stole a future from the fallen. He recalls the blade he took from the grave, its presence a constant, rattling reminder of a life he extinguished. Turning away from the past, he tells his comrade to proceed without him, his face a mask of grim determination. He reflects on the nature of his hatred, realizing that it is not merely directed outward, but is a poison he has invited into his own soul. With veins bulging and eyes burning with intensity, he vows that he will either slay the demon kin or perish in the attempt. The toll of this obsession is clear, as he acknowledges that his spirit is being slowly consumed by the very curse he seeks to wield. He stands before the massive, scaled beast, listening as it explains that the curse of the dragonkin is a double-edged sword. While it grants immense power, it feeds on the hatred held within, turning allies against one another. The warrior gazes at the creature, noting how its presence and demeanor mirror that of an old companion he once knew. He recalls the name of that comrade, Bryn, a legendary dragonkin who had been a close friend and mentor. His eyes widen in shock as the realization hits him. He asks if the beast truly knows of the legendary dragon warrior. The dragon recounts the history of the Great War a millennium ago, describing how a hero rode upon its back to defeat the demon emperor and establish the dragon kingdom. Laughter erupts from the beast, dismissing the idea that he was merely a companion to a hero, while the man stands stunned by the uncanny resemblance to his friend. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently, interrupting their conversation. He braces himself against the tremors, sensing that someone has come to finish him off, realizing his survival has been discovered. He watched as the massive beast let out a deafening roar, its voice echoing with the chilling claim that it had once struck down a young monk. The weight of the creature's words left him breathless, his face etched with sweat and terror as he realized he stood before an insurmountable foe, forced to choose between death or an unknown, desperate path. A massive, scaled beast crashes into the frozen earth, its immense weight shattering the ice upon impact. The creature scoffs at the destruction, dismissing the display as pathetic while the ground continues to tremble. With a guttural roar, it unleashes a devastating magical strike, calling out the name Doldiron Veriza as the energy tears through the landscape. The shockwave ripples outward, forcing the surrounding environment to buckle under the sheer intensity of the assault. He observes the unfolding chaos, noting that the incantation is merely a tool to force the warriors into a desperate struggle, urging them to flee while they still can. The scarred warrior scoffs at the suggestion, declaring that dying alongside a hero is a fitting end, refusing to abandon his comrade to rot in obscurity. A cold smirk crosses his face as he prepares for the final confrontation, his eyes burning with the singular purpose of vengeance. Memories of the past surface. The legendary heroes who once liberated humanity from the Demon Emperor, and the heavy price paid in blood and lost friends to secure that victory. He reflects on the crushing weight of his past, admitting that while he often wished for death, he was ultimately spared by a ruse, leaving him to carry the heavy burden of living on the sacrifices of his fallen comrades. Turning his gaze toward his companion, he insists that their fallen friends live on through them, their collective will and knowledge now resting solely upon his shoulders. The beast challenges him, questioning whether he intends to carry that legacy forward or if he will simply let it perish here in the dust. He recalls how the one known as Bryn chose the path of preservation, founding a kingdom and nurturing disciples to guide the people toward a future. The weight of such legendary sacrifice hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the impossible choices made by those who came before. With a manic grin, the beast goads him, urging him to find joy in the intensity of their confrontation. He remains unmoved, calmly explaining that his only motivation for becoming an adventurer was to protect his home and his family, a simple purpose that stands in stark contrast to the grandiosity of heroes. Dismissing the title of hero, he asserts that while others might seek glory, he only ever sought the freedom to live his own life, leaving the burden of legacy to those who truly desire it. He listens intently as the other man insists that he is different, possessing a unique path that sets him apart from the common mold of heroism. The speaker continues, arguing that true heroes are those who sacrifice themselves for others, yet he dismisses such notions, claiming he only fights to provide for his own family. He is told that his legacy must be passed on, as it is the duty of a great warrior to ensure his strength is inherited by the next generation. The man demands that he become his proxy, effectively forcing him to help realize a grand, singular dream in place of his own desires. He reflects on the weight of this inheritance, a burden he never asked for, now resting heavily within his own spirit. The beast roars, questioning who could possibly be worthy of such a legacy, while he lets out a defiant cry, refusing to be defined by another's expectations. Shifting focus, he turns his attention to training, encouraging the young Aruz as the child struggles through a rigorous practice session. Exhausted but determined, he watches as the child pushes through one more repetition, his own weariness momentarily forgotten in the face of such persistence. He laughs heartily, dismissing the urgency of the situation while observing the trainees, noting that their progress is already showing promise. Nearby, a young boy voices his aspiration, declaring that he wants to be a hero who saves hearts, not just one who possesses raw strength. The boy insists that friends help each other in times of need, promising to support him just as he would support them, leaving the veteran warrior momentarily struck by the sincerity of the words. A profound silence settles over him as the weight of the child's idealism resonates, stirring memories he thought long buried. The sudden, violent collapse of a nearby structure shatters the moment of reflection, forcing him to drop his bucket and react instantly. Debris rains down as he realizes the source of the destruction, bracing himself for the threat that has just emerged from the ruins. A monstrous, fur-covered beast lunges from the dust, its roar echoing through the area as he stands his ground, ready to defend those behind him. The massive creature looms over the landscape, its sheer size dwarfing everything in its path, leaving him to face a challenge that demands every ounce of his legendary skill. He stood his ground as the monstrous beast loomed over him, taunting him with the realization that he had finally been tracked down. Turning to the child, he insisted that the legacy must be passed on, his expression firm despite the encroaching danger. He bellowed for the others to flee, his voice cutting through the tension as the creature prepared to strike. With a swift motion, he stepped forward to intercept the beast, shielding those behind him with his own body. He offered a grim apology to his comrade, acknowledging the finality of the moment as he prepared to face his end. The beast lunged, and he braced himself, drawing his blade to meet the onslaught head-on. He knew the path ahead would be paved with resentment, Yet he did not waver in his resolve. Standing amidst the aftermath, he told the survivors to seek out the old man in the afterlife, his duty finally fulfilled. He coughed, blood staining his lips as he mocked his opponent, claiming he looked forward to hearing tales of heroism in the afterlife. The adversary scoffed at the sentiment, dismissing the words with a cold, sharp retort. With a sudden, desperate motion, the young warrior drew his blade, lunging toward the massive beast. He realized with grim clarity that as long as his magical energy remained stagnant, he could not hope to prevail. The veteran warrior urged the children to listen closely, warning them that relying on his strength alone was a dangerous gamble. She explained that when the heart is worn thin, the flow of magic becomes erratic and difficult to control. The young girl questioned if it was truly impossible for him to be an adventurer, seeking a path that didn't require such sacrifice. He laughed, recalling his father's wisdom. True strength is found in honest labor and the warmth of cherished memories, not in the reckless life of a mercenary. He watches as the children chatter excitedly, insisting that he possesses the talent of a true hero and that he should not settle for anything less. They continue to tease him, noting that he wears his most genuine, joyful expression whenever he recounts his tales of slaying winged dragons. He attempts to deflect their praise with a modest shrug, claiming he is not cut out for such grand titles, even as they dream of the wealth and glory he will surely bring. The children laugh off his humility, firmly declaring that he is already a hero in their eyes, regardless of his own doubts. A quiet wisdom settles over the moment. One must cherish the things they find, holding them close to the heart. Returning to the present, he channels his magical energy, his body surging with power as he prepares to unleash a physical enhancement technique. With a roar, he executes a powerful strike, his blade glowing with the intensity of a warrior's resolve. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, forcing his monstrous opponent to recoil under the sheer force of his assault. He watches as his blade bites deep into the creature's hide, the beast's eyes widening in sudden, sharp realization of its own vulnerability. The warrior gasps, feeling the surge of magical energy return to his veins, a manic laughter escaping his lips as he revels in the regained power. With a roar that shakes the very ground, he drives his sword upward, channeling every ounce of his strength into a singular, devastating strike. The beast collapses, its form shattering like brittle glass as he calls out the name of his technique, the air thick with the scent of ozone and broken magic. He stands amidst the wreckage, his presence radiating a terrifying intensity as the remnants of the monster dissolve into nothingness. Breathing heavily, he surveys the aftermath, his face marked by glowing, intricate patterns that pulse with the residual power of his exertion. A voice echoes through the void, dismissing his display of strength as a mere trifle that barely scratched the surface of true power. He remains defiant, his silhouette framed against the swirling chaos as he prepares to face whatever threat dares to challenge him next. He stands amidst the wreckage, his breathing heavy as the beast before him growls in frustration, its massive jaws snapping at the air. The creature lunges, but he deftly sidesteps the assault, his movements fluid and precise despite the intensity of the confrontation. As the beast recovers, a voice cuts through the tension, coldly remarking that counterattacking while in such a blind rage is a foolish mistake. The mysterious observer, a young man with a predatory grin, mocks the creature, telling it to read the room and return to its nest. With a dismissive pat, he pacifies the monster, cooing at it like a pet as it cowers under his strange, commanding influence. He turns his gaze toward the aftermath, wondering aloud what will become of the situation now that the immediate threat has been subdued. The warrior watches the creature retreat, noting with a grim sense of relief that the monster has finally fled, though he remains wary of the unknown entity that controlled it. He senses the atmosphere shifting, realizing that the time for a final reckoning is drawing near. He stood his ground, his scarred face set in a grim line as he corrected the beast, calling it a warrior. The creature loomed over him, its massive, scaled head filling his vision as it challenged him to a final duel. He sheathed his blade, declaring he had no reason to fight, his voice steady despite the overwhelming presence of the dragon. The dragon's claws twitched, its strength fading as it admitted its power was spent and it no longer wished for conflict. It looked toward the horizon, sensing that the young man who had subdued it would eventually return to finish the task. Resigned to its fate, the beast expressed a desire to live out its remaining days in peace, rather than falling to the youth's hand. The dragon turned its gaze back to him, pleading with him to grant it the dignity of a warrior's end. He looked upon the dying creature, his expression softening as he finally accepted the heavy request. He stands amidst the desolate, windswept plains, the silence of the wasteland pressing in around him. Time is running out, and the traveler beside him observes the hourglass with a knowing, calm expression. The warrior's face is etched with dark, intricate markings, a testament to the heavy toll of his recent burden. He turns away from the massive, fallen remains of the dragon, leaving the site of the final request behind. The traveler acknowledges the gravity of the situation, assuring him that no effort will be wasted. A promise is made to forge the ultimate equipment, utilizing both his blade and the essence of the dragon. Upon returning to the settlement, he is immediately met with the frantic, relieved voices of his companions who had been waiting for his return. They express their deep concern for his long absence, though he brushes it off with a rough, dismissive laugh. He addressed the group, explaining that Kachu's master had already begun the process of lifting the curse, urging them to set aside their fears and find peace. The man listened with a somber expression, acknowledging the depth of the sacrifice made on their behalf and expressing his sincere gratitude. He continued, noting that most of the knights lacked proper training or education, and he asked for his continued guidance and support in the days to come. As the conversation shifted, a woman stepped forward, explaining that they had fled their homeland after it was besieged by the giants, arriving in this kingdom as refugees. She looked toward him, recalling the moment he single-handedly struck down the giant that had terrorized them. The group bowed in unison, formally addressing him as a hero and offering their deepest thanks for his intervention. He watched them with a heavy heart, realizing that the threads of fate had bound their lives together in ways he had not anticipated. A quiet realization settled over him. Having been saved by Walder, he had now, in turn, become a savior to others. He stood before the door, reflecting on the legacy of the hero who once resided within the Walder, realizing that this spirit now lived on inside him. With a newfound sense of purpose, he acknowledged his duty to carry that legacy forward, even as those around him hailed him as the hero they had long admired. He resolved to strive once more, carrying the memory of his mentor and friends as he sought to embody the very ideal of a hero he had always envisioned. The outskirts of the Ural Kingdom sprawl beneath a clear sky, a sprawling urban center unaware of the shadows gathering at its periphery. He signals the start of the operation, his eyes sharp with focus as he commands his subordinates to move out. Reflecting on the past, he recalls the devastation 4 years ago when his excessive magical power obliterated the Holy Knights unit that had attacked his village. Confronted with the reality of his situation, he realizes he faces a binary choice: either stand in opposition to the kingdom or embrace a path of appeasement, knowing either way his current life is destined to crumble. To mitigate the threat, he has strategically deployed his Minikyu puppets across various kingdom strongholds to gather intelligence on human countermeasures. He chuckles to himself, noting that even the remote operation of these puppets has become second nature after 4 years of practice. His true identity remains a secret to the world, known only to a select few, ensuring that his involvement in past conflicts remains buried. He contemplates the masked demon's potential to uncover his secrets, but finds solace in the fact that Gaius, the former S-rank adventurer, is currently occupied, keeping his own influence hidden for the time being. He stood amidst the debris, contemplating the aftermath of his own actions, surveying the scorched earth of the Ural Kingdom's western region. He acknowledged that cleaning up this mess was a necessary burden. With a focused expression, he struck the wood, sparks flying as he honed his physical craft. Beside him, the young Aruz mirrored his intensity, swinging a wooden blade with youthful vigor. In the quiet of the Kachu estate, he observed the boy's growth, noting how Aruz's innate magical capacity had surged since turning 4, requiring constant absorption to prevent dangerous fevers. He listened as Gaius requested guidance in both magic control and swordsmanship, agreeing to the dual training. The conversation shifted as he suggested that an elf might be better suited for teaching magic, prompting a hearty laugh from the scarred warrior. He reflected on the irony. Gaius, once nearing death due to a curse, had regained his vitality and resistance through the recovery of isotribute mana, effectively turning their training into a form of rehabilitation. He reflected on the past, recalling how the ice dragon equipment was originally intended to resurrect a demon. With that purpose gone, the gear became a symbol of his bond with his late mentor and friend. Determined to honor that legacy, he promised to craft the finest equipment for his companion, acknowledging that the ice dragon gear was now a testament to his resolve. The young boy cheered, eager to begin his mana control training, while his mentor confirmed their agreement with a nod. They moved to the training grounds, where the boy practiced his movements under the watchful eyes of his companions. Inside the study, he apologized to his companion, noting that their time for academic lessons was dwindling as the boy's training took precedence. She smiled with a touch of melancholy, admitting she understood that human children grow quickly and that their time together was precious. He considered the logistics of the training, suggesting that perhaps she could take over teaching the boy instead of the veteran warrior, though the warrior quickly declined the offer. She looked away, her expression softening as she remarked that her own dark techniques were ill-suited for a child destined to walk in the light. She listened intently as he challenged the notion that demons were inherently better at magic control, arguing that it was actually a human specialty. He explained that their true essence was not physical, but rather a form of spiritual existence devoid of a corporeal body. Because of this, their physical forms were merely constructs, fashioned from pseudo-elements derived from magic power. He continued, describing how he further refined this process by forcing his essence into a human-shaped vessel, mimicking a living organism. For him, this was akin to operating a complex machine where he had to manually coordinate internal functions like heartbeats and breathing through the artificial shell. With the explanation concluded, he turned his attention to the task at hand, signaling a shift in their conversation. He informed her of his departure, stating he was heading to the blacksmith's workshop to discuss the ice dragon equipment. The blacksmith stared in disbelief at the blade, his voice trembling as he exclaimed that such a feat was impossible. He examined the metal closely, noting how the ice dragon's biological tissue had fused perfectly with the steel. The master smith questioned how such a thing could be forged, insisting that heat and pressure alone could never achieve this level of transmutation. The young traveler leaned back, explaining with a calm smile that the secret lay in the application of alchemy. He elaborated on his past, describing how he had spent over a millennium in a hellish realm, forced to innovate to survive against monstrous entities. Because standard chemistry failed there, he had pioneered a new method, integrating magical elements into molecular structures to create effective tools. Through this research, he mastered the creation of weapons and poisons capable of harming spiritual entities, eventually refining his craft to manipulate biological tissues. He concluded by presenting the blade, confident that his techniques, born from the necessity of hell, had successfully created a weapon where magic and physical matter were one. He watches intently as the master smith tests the blade, the metal ringing with a sharp, clear tone that defies expectation. The smith's eyes widen in disbelief, his expression shifting from professional skepticism to genuine shock as he realizes the material's true nature. He explains that the alloy is superior because it retains the biological tissue of the dragon, creating a composition harder than any bone. The smith notes that the blade's flexibility and uneven density make it incredibly difficult to handle, warning that improper force will cause it to shatter. He grins, clarifying that the weapon is alive. It responds to the wielder's magical control, utilizing its own self-repair capabilities to adapt. The smith chuckles, admitting that while he doesn't fully grasp the mechanics, he is deeply impressed by the craftsmanship. He suddenly lunges, demonstrating the weapon's lethal potential in a swift, aggressive display that leaves the smith reeling. The smith laughs off the display, acknowledging the traveler's skill while they share a moment of mutual respect for the craft. He reflected on the limitations of his own alchemy, realizing that without human ingenuity, he had failed to foresee the inherent flaws in his designs. The master smith, invigorated by the collaboration, declared that combining their skills would surely result in the finest equipment imaginable. They marveled at the prospect of integrating living tissue into their craft, a technique that felt like a bold new frontier at their age. He inquired about the timeline, asking how long it would take to outfit someone completely, while the others looked on with eager anticipation. The smith pondered the complexity of the task, noting that while he had never attempted such a feat, he estimated it would require at least 2 years. He countered that 1 year would suffice, setting a firm deadline to have the gear ready for the child's 5th birthday and the impending confrontation with the demons. With the schedule set, he decided to focus his immediate efforts on gathering intelligence within the human territories, confident that they were not yet pressed for time. Turning his attention to the child's progress, he checked on the training regimen, satisfied to hear that mastering body-strengthening magic was proving to be an enjoyable challenge. He explains the intricacies of body-strengthening magic, detailing how it manifests as 3 distinct forms: a defensive layer on the skin, a structural support for the skeleton, and a surge of raw power to boost muscle and reflexes. With a confident grin, he notes that the child has already mastered these techniques, even if unconsciously, which is a testament to his terrifying natural talent. The young traveler prepares to depart, instructing the others to continue their work while he returns to his own duties, leaving the training in capable hands. As he leaves, the child approaches the scarred warrior, questioning his whereabouts and expressing a desire to keep a secret from his parents. The warrior listens intently as the child whispers a plan, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he realizes the potential for a surprise. Excitement bubbles over as they discuss the idea of a wedding anniversary surprise, their hushed conversation filled with anticipation. He suddenly realizes he has been overheard, his expression shifting to one of sheepish amusement as he apologizes for eavesdropping. The traveler pauses, contemplating the logistics of such a surprise, while the others remain oblivious to the weight of his thoughts. He gathers the women around him, explaining his intent to prepare a surprise for his upcoming wedding anniversary and seeking their feminine perspective on the perfect gift. They offer their candid advice, suggesting that while material goods are fleeting, something that creates a lasting memory or a shared experience might be more meaningful. In response to his inquiry about past gifts, they press him for details on what he has previously given Elsa, hoping to gauge his history of gift-giving. The revelation that he once gave her a wedding ring as a casual gift leaves them utterly shocked, their expressions twisting into disbelief at his lack of romantic foresight. They immediately condemn the act as a disaster, warning him that if she ever discovered the circumstances under which it was given, the consequences would be dire. He reflects on their harsh critique, acknowledging the validity of their concerns while deciding that a new ring is the only way to rectify his past mistake. The young man discusses the prospect of crafting a wedding ring through alchemy, but he insists on forging it by hand, believing that the effort imbues the object with a special, personal significance. His mentor, impressed by this dedication, agrees to teach him the craft. He begins the arduous process, his hands calloused and steady as he works the metal under the watchful eye of the mastersmith. Meanwhile, his companions prepare for their own duties, while he remains focused on his task within the workshop. Memories of their shared journey flicker through his mind, the battles, the camaraderie, and the quiet moments that forged their bond. With the work set aside for the moment, he bids farewell to his partner, his expression softening as he prepares to head out for the day. She watches him go, a contemplative silence settling over her as she reflects on their life together. Conversing with an associate, she acknowledges the demands of his work, noting that he has been entirely consumed by the task of crafting equipment for their ally. She muses on his single-minded nature, noting that both he and their young ward seem preoccupied with secret endeavors, leaving her to ponder the complexities of the men in her life. She watches as a young girl bursts through the door, excitedly announcing that she has brought an invitation. Confused by the sudden arrival, she questions the nature of the document being presented. They find themselves standing in the forest of the demon tree, with a glowing fruit hanging from the branches sparks a sense of nostalgia. The explanation follows that these are the fruits of the demon tree, which attract insects that feed on magical energy, often used in local festivals. As they discuss the nature of a small figure, clad in traditional ceremonial garb and a mask, steps forward, brandishing the staff with solemn purpose. The child stares intently, his eyes wide as he recognizes the figure before him. With a sudden, rhythmic motion, the masked figure begins a ritualistic dance, the staff striking the ground with deliberate force. He lunged forward with rhythmic intensity, his movements a blur of practiced precision as he engaged in the ritual dance. Watching closely, the young traveler grinned, urging his companion to observe the fruits of the child's rigorous training. The child shifted stances fluidly, cycling through distinct forms, the armor of strength, the shield, and the pillar, each manifesting with a distinct aura. As the dance continued, the observer marveled at the display, noting how the child seamlessly transitioned between the three reinforcement techniques. Nearby, the traveler noticed something peculiar falling from the trees, his eyes narrowing as he realized the significance of the objects. With a sudden surge of energy, the child unleashed a new technique, the flow armor, causing the surrounding magical essence to swirl into vibrant, glowing orbs. The forest air crackled as the orbs of light danced in tandem with the child's movements, illuminating the dark woods with ethereal radiance. The display concluded with a final, sweeping motion that left trails of light lingering in the air, marking the completion of the ritual. He watched her, his expression softening as he observed the elf's reaction to the display. Reflecting on the child's growth, he marveled at the ingenuity of using flow armor magic to manipulate insects, noting how much a ruse had matured. Turning his attention back to her, he asked Elsa to extend her left hand, remarking on how quickly the infant had grown. He explained that while her current ring held significant meaning as a gift from a friend, it was not one he had chosen himself. With a gentle gaze, he insisted on presenting her with a new token of his own choosing. He carefully placed a handmade ring on her finger, the delicate craftsmanship catching the light. The ring clicked into place, a perfect fit for her slender finger. As the surrounding group looked on, she stared at the new ring, visibly moved by his gesture. She stands surrounded by friends and family, who cheer with boisterous joy, wishing her and her partner a happy wedding anniversary. He watches the scene with a wry smile, admitting to himself that he is frustrated by his inability to foresee such an elaborate surprise. Overcome with emotion, she wipes away tears of joy, laughing as she confesses that it is impossible for her not to cry when she is this happy. The group continues to celebrate, their laughter filling the air as he looks on, his expression shifting from surprise to a sharp, confident grin. She playfully warns him not to spoil the surprise she has planned for him next, prompting a hearty, booming laugh in response. A sharp tool carves a precise, intricate pattern into the stone courtyard of the estate. He stands amidst the completed markings, wiping sweat from his brow with a satisfied smirk. The date marked as the 2nd of July, 1018. She gestures excitedly at the massive design, asking if it is a drawing, to which he explains it is a magic circle intended to summon the demon that cursed Gaius. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the very foundations of the building, catching them both off guard. He rushes toward the source of the commotion, calling out an alarm for Elsa and Gaius. A thick, dark, and viscous substance begins to ooze and bubble from the cracked earth, spreading rapidly. They stare in horror as the substance grows, with one of them desperately insisting that this is not a ruse, while another confirms Elsa is safe. The nightmare takes a bizarre turn as the dark mass forms into a grotesque, cake-like shape, leaving them bewildered by its true nature. He recoiled in shock, his eyes widening as the dark, viscous mass erupted from the floor, while the others shrieked in sheer disbelief. The chaos settled into confusion as they stared at the anomaly, only to realize the dark substance had inexplicably taken the form of a cake. Despite the bizarre origin of the treat, the group gathered around, their initial terror replaced by the industrious task of decorating and preparing the confection for consumption. She tasted the creation, her face lighting up with genuine delight as she praised the flavor, relieved that their efforts had not been in vain. He remarked on the quality of the cake, noting that while he had relied on his companion's guidance to ensure the taste, the result was surprisingly successful. The atmosphere softened as they shared the meal, acknowledging that this was a special day, intended as a surprise to mark their wedding anniversary. The celebration shifted focus as the young boy stood tall, brandishing a sword high above his head to commemorate his 5th birthday. He marveled at the gift, his excitement palpable, while the adults looked on, preparing to move forward with the day's planned exhibition. He stands tall, his presence radiating power as he dons the magnificent ice dragon armor, drawing gasps of awe from those watching him. The young traveler chuckles, noting that while the armor is flashy, it is essential for a noble knight to maintain such an appearance. He reminds the group that this gear was crafted specifically for a ruse by his father. With excitement, he suggests they proceed immediately to the ritual of analysis, eager to see the full potential of the equipment. The focus shifts to the courtyard, where a complex magical circle has been inscribed, signaling the commencement of the forced summoning and subjugation of the demon kin. He explains the mechanics of his creation. The residence is now encased in a unique barrier, rendering it inaccessible via teleportation and invisible to any external observers. The knight confirms his orders, instructing the servants and knights to remain on standby at the designated positions, though he cautions against the use of a specific, dangerous technique. A brief silence falls as the final preparations are confirmed, the tension palpable in the air. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepares to initiate the final phase of the operation. He stands ready, his presence crackling with raw magical energy as those around him watch with a mix of anticipation and nervous excitement. With his face marked by glowing sigils, he stands firmly within the center of the complex summoning circle, shouting a challenge for the entity to appear. In response to his call, the young traveler crouches low, his eyes locked on the ritual site as he signals that the time for action has arrived. The air begins to hum with power as the ritual intensifies, leaving the warrior standing at the heart of the storm while his companion observes from the perimeter. The strategist reflects on his choice, noting that he timed this specific event to coincide with the boy's birthday, intending it as a unique gift for one who aspires to be a hero. He acknowledges the inherent danger of exposing the child to such a lethal encounter with the demon race. Yet he believes that after 5 years of intense training, the boy is prepared to observe and learn. With a firm resolve, he challenges the youth to think for himself, trusting that the experiences gathered thus far will allow him to make the right judgment when faced with the darkness. Suddenly, the air grows heavy as a dark, swirling vortex manifests before the armored warrior, signaling an imminent arrival. From the depths of the shadow, a figure emerges, wreathed in an aura of malevolent energy that ripples through the space. The armored warrior stands his ground, his gaze locked on the newcomer, who appears equally perplexed by the sudden shift in surroundings. The stranger dismisses any recognition of the warrior, instead questioning the nature of this realm and demanding to know how he was summoned here. Finding the conversation tedious and claiming he has no time for human affairs, the entity declares his intention to return to the demon realm and change his approach. He stares intently at the mark, his voice cold as he asks if the symbol looks familiar. The insectoid entity dismisses the inquiry with a casual, mocking tone, questioning if this is truly the human he was summoned to meet. He continues his monologue, boasting about the success of his curse despite the imperfections, noting how the humans involved in the previous encounter have already perished. With a twisted desire, the creature expresses a morbid wish to witness the exact moment of their final breath. Observing the exchange, the young strategist senses something deeply unsettling about the entity's demeanor. He contemplates the power dynamic, questioning how such a formidable demon can remain so composed while facing a warrior as strong as Gaius. Realizing cooperation is impossible, the demon draws his weapon, declaring his intent to kill and subject his opponent to the curse, once more to study the results. The creature scans the surroundings, lamenting the lack of test subjects and setting his sights on a nearby town to continue his grim experiments. He realized the gravity of the situation. The demons claimed that a single person lacked the magical capacity to cast a dragon attribute curse was not merely a taunt, but a tactical truth. The entity mocked him, noting that while he was a skilled human, his attempt to force a summoning through a curse was foolishly ambitious. Panic surged as the demon commanded its minions to summon everyone, their monstrous forms swarming the area with lethal intent. He concluded that the only viable path forward was to coordinate a multi-person collaborative effort to counter the overwhelming magical pressure. Turning his attention to Gaius, he acknowledged the warrior as his master, their silent exchange confirming the dire necessity of their next move. They prepared a dual-layered defense, weaving physical and magical barriers while readying a sequence of simultaneous chants to strike back. Gaius braced himself, his stance shifting as he channeled his remaining strength to meet the incoming wave of dark energy. With a final, desperate surge, he unleashed a secret technique, the Dragon King's flash sword, aiming to pierce the demon's defenses and end the threat. He unleashed the Dragon King's flash sword, a blinding arc of pure force that tore through the air and bisected the monstrous entity in a single, decisive stroke. The creature staggered, its form unraveling as it let out a choked, guttural sound of disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden destruction of its physical vessel. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact, shattering the surrounding terrain into jagged shards of debris as the residual magical energy dissipated into the void. He stood amidst the settling dust, his face marked by the strain of the technique, watching as the remnants of the enemy crumbled into nothingness.